Okay, we're going to get this meeting started. Today is Tuesday, May 23rd, 2023. This is a combined special meeting and work session. Pursuant to ARS 38-431.02, notice is hereby given to the members of the City Council and to the general public that at this work session, the City Council may vote to go into executive session, which will not be open to the public, for legal advice and discussion with the city's attorneys on any item listed on the following agenda. Can we have roll call?
Mayor Daggett.
Here.
Vice Mayor Aslan. Councilmember.
Mayor, City Clerk, I'm in San Antonio with the Discover Flagstaff team, but I am present for the meeting.
Councilmember Harris.
Here.
Councilmember House.
Here.
Councilmember Matthews.
Here.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember Sweet.
Here.
All right. Councilmember Harris, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
It would be my honor. Can you all stand if you're able?
Councilmember Matthews, would you read our mission statement?
I'd be glad to. Thank you, Mayor. The mission of the City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy, would you read our land acknowledgement?
I will, Mayor. Thank you so much. The Flagstaff City Council humbly acknowledges the ancestral homelands of this area's indigenous nations and original stewards. These lands, still inhabited by native descendants, border mountains sacred to indigenous peoples. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their continued contributions. We celebrate their past, present, and future generations who will forever know this place as home. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are down to item number 4, public participation. This is the public's chance to address the council about any item that is not on tonight's agenda. Each speaker has 3 minutes, and you'll notice a time clock here. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I was reading something. So I'm going to start with Michelle James.
Mayor, could you give us just a moment? It looks like there might be a technical difficulty online.
Sure thing.
Brandy, are you still not seeing any video?
I do not see any video.
Is anyone else having that issue?
I'm fine. I can see everything.
Thank you for the confirmation. Brandy, you may need to get out of the meeting and rejoin.
Can we proceed?
Yes, please, Mayor.
Hi, Michelle.
Hi. So Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council, you know who I am. Michelle James from Friends of Flagstaff's future Executive Director. I'm here to speak to you about 2 issues related to the scheduled June 6th second reading of the NAH Zoning Code Amendment and Specific Plan for Phase 1 of their proposal. First, could you please clarify if public comments related to the second read will be allowed? This is important information for the public to know. FCUBE requests that you announce your decision as soon as possible and would appreciate being informed of your decision. Thank you. Secondly, I want to address the decision you made on last Tuesday, on the first read of the NAH Zoning Code Amendment and Specific Plan. FCUBE and many members of the public are dismayed at your decision to move forward with NAH's request without having important information relevant to the proposal. We have information from NAH, we have information from staff, but we do not have a community impact study. We do not know how the move of the hospital out of town will affect the businesses surrounding the current hospital. We do not know why it was possible to renovate the hospital in 2020, but not in 2022. These are just a few of the things that have not been thoroughly examined. These are questions that staff are not charged to consider, but they are important to the decision and they need to be answered. Council has an obligation to the residents of Flagstaff to thoroughly vet proposals that seriously impact the community as a whole. To our surprise, last week you chose not to discuss the possibility of seeking additional information. As I said, FCUBE finds this decision disturbing. FCUBE asks you reconsider your decision to seek additional information from outside experts and then to make your decision. It is, we believe, the responsible thing to do. This discernment is a necessary step in making a decision in the best interest of our community, and we encourage council to take a breath, gather the information we don't yet have, and then make a decision of this magnitude. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Dee Hoagland?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm a 20-year resident of Flagstaff, and I would like to address a few concerns I have regarding NAH's proposal to build a new hospital and health village. According to the latest IPCC report, and I'm quoting, "Radical changes are required on a systemic level, and every available measure needs to be undertaken to have the chance of keeping global warming below 1.5 degrees. Long gone are the days when recycling and changing our light bulbs were considered sufficient. We need bold actions. The regional plan calls for development proposals to help the city reach its goal of carbon neutrality. Yet no sustainability analysis has been done. LEED Platinum certification should be incorporated into the design and the planning process, not 5 years later. Passive solar, ambient lighting, and power from non-fossil fuels should be part of the planning process. Locating the hospital on the outskirts of town will undoubtedly add more cars on the road. NAH should commit to funding electric buses to and from the health village. The housing shortage is predicted to worsen with the effects of climate change. Affordable housing should also be a part of the initial planning for not only the new campus, but the old campus as well. At a previous council meeting, pickleball proponents addressed the council with their support of building new courts. Considerable attention was given to the speakers. I have nothing against pickleball, but I am asking that as much consideration, if not more, be given to the climate crisis and its ramifications. I want to repeat the quote from IPCC, since I have time. Every available measure needs to be undertaken. Thank you.
Thank you. Jill Stevenson?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, my name is Jill Stevenson. Last week's council meeting was a real eye-opener. Pickleball players attended in full force to encourage the city's Park District plan for new pickleball courts at Bushmaster Park. While the council okayed the plan, they also considered those nearby residents affected adversely by pickleball play and limited lighting and hours of play. They wisely heard all voices. It is obviously easier to rally folks for an immediate action directly impinging on them. The climate crisis, adversely affecting the whole world, is more difficult for people to grasp. To some, it has nothing to do with our daily lives. To others, it seems too overwhelming. To many, it seems hopeless, so why bother? But scientists tell us there is still hope to mitigate drastically worsening effects of climate change if we act now. We have the opportunity here to make a difference on a local level. Since fossil fuel use is the major cause of the climate disruption, anything we do to reduce our carbon footprint helps. As electricity sources become cleaner, powered by renewables, converting fleet vehicles to electric is an obvious plus. Converting homes and private vehicles to electric will follow. Reducing our consumption, reusing all we can, and recycling in whatever way possible are ways we as individuals can also help. And of course, the NIH hospital complex development should be required to lower its carbon output to comply with the city's regional plan. Flagstaff City Council must put this development proposal on hold until written plans promise a low carbon effect on Flagstaff. NIH has shown some willingness to comply, but these token efforts are simply not enough. Unwritten promises are easy to break. Council, please be mindful in all your decisions of what is best for future Flagstaff generations. You have the power to protect us from worsening climate disasters. Be an example of what can be done on a local level. Set the positive pattern for future decisions. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. John McCartney.
Thanks for the opportunity. My name again is John McCartney. I've been in town since the early 1990s. I have a bachelor's in civil engineering, has studied lots of subjects in mechanical engineering, including and also geology, meteorology, wrote a term paper on climate change back then. Locally, worked for BEC Southwest with a lot of design build projects, which touch on efficient building designs that I was actively engaged in. In that effort, I obtained a LEED AP cert to up our game on these projects. I have some perspective. Recently, because what we're all doing here, at least what we're doing, recently viewed a LEED seminar online entitled Electrification, Decarbonization, and LEED. In there, I learned that a new U of Boston study found that the existing buildings in Boston represent 80% of what will be in use in 2050. If you do the math, that's 95%. If you figure it to 2030 like the city of Flagstaff's doing. I think Flagstaff is similar. We're hemmed in, we're cities. It's tough to build now with the money, but I think they're pretty similar. In conclusion, I think that the NIH project and how to work with it, how to approach it, is very simple. Build it to carbon net zero. Our community, led in part by City of Flagstaff leadership, we have our hands full trying to upgrade our existing inventory, building inventory and transportation systems to net zero. I reviewed the NIH's proposal, and in particular the OSB specific plan narrative. The first section of the plan narrative is titled Purpose and Intent, so important introduction. Another section in there is goals and objectives. While describing the purpose and intent to build a hospital complex that addresses the needs of NIH, it does not address the critical law of the land. That, of course, is carbon net zero. This is a bad paradigm with which to start our journey. The amount of effort that will be dedicated to designing and building a carbon net zero project is open to interpretation based on this document. Section 3, titled Development Plan, does address sustainability and third-party certification, but in a fashion largely described using boilerplate options with no current commitment to any specific goals or levels of carbon pollution. This presentation is alarming because experience suggests that a budget often holds sway over the concerns of our higher aspirations and commitment to our children. I feel that the project team and the City of Flag should come to documented agreements on the levels of sustainability and carbon certifications. A practical way to accomplish this would be to commit to achieving certifications in LEED Platinum, zero carbon, zero energy, and possibly zero water, covering the construction, operations, and transportation phases of the project.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Stephen Summer.
Hello, Mayor Daggett, City Council, City staff, citizens of Flagstaff. I'm here to speak about the NIH proposal, and I know you've heard me a few times on this. I know that y'all voted in favor, so that's already water under the bridge. But I would like to say again, since you have one more chance with this development agreement to put in some carbon and sustainability requirements. The NIH proposal is very weak on all elements of sustainability and carbon footprint. This billion-dollar proposal will have the largest carbon footprint of any project y'all will decide on while you are on Flagstaff's City Council. I'm eager to meet with each of you to speak about the many details which would not fit in a 3-minute presentation. At this time, I'm just going to encourage y'all to add 3 key elements to the NIH development agreement. 1, LEED Platinum certification. This basic standard is not even in the proposal, and many other large buildings in Flagstaff were already built to this standard many years ago. NIH saying that they may seek certification of some sort in 5 years is not possible. For any kind of LEED certification, you have to have various prerequisites at the very outset. So them saying that they're going to seek it in 5 years is totally disingenuous. It's impossible for them to do so if they do not do it from day one. So, in the DA, NIH must say in definite terms that they will seek LEED Platinum level from the start of the project. In terms of public transportation, NIH has shown no concern about the carbon footprint of all the new transportation that will result from moving to the edge of town. They propose a shuttle to run to the Walmart parking lot. This is not good enough. This is really kind of laughable. How will Mountain Line pay for all the additional bus routes required? If NIH had any concern about their carbon footprint, they would include the purchase of 2 new electric buses for Mountain Line to cover these new routes. Mountain Line can't just come up with the money for these things out of the blue. In the development agreement, NIH must say that they will purchase these buses for Mountain Line prior to the hospital opening for business. Public housing. The high cost of housing in Flagstaff is caused in large part by home purchase and weekend rental pressures from Central Arizona. This will only get worse as climate change drives temperatures ever higher in Central Arizona. Hotels at this new location will not solve this crisis. Adding a small number of affordable housing units at the new location will also not solve our housing crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefan. All right, we are down to items number 5 and 6. The first is a proclamation for Public Works Week, and I have a feeling we have some Public Works people in our audience this evening, so if you would come down and join council up here, that would be great. And the next proclamation is Jewish American Heritage Month.
Let's have you all come down. I think you'll all fit. We'll figure it out. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Before you get started here, I'll just quickly let this group gather. Can I start just a couple seconds? Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, Public Works professionals. I want to just quickly give you a brief introduction as you are kind enough to read this proclamation for us this evening. Everyone will fit in. Public Works City of Flagstaff covers 4 distinct areas. We have our facilities group here with us. If you guys could raise your hand for representation, I think you're in the black sharp shirts. This is your facilities group that maintains all of our city facilities. We have our fleet group representation. Nate. Good job.
He does everything?
Nate maintains all 800 pieces of city rolling stock.
Everyone else is working very hard.
We have representation from our streets group. If you guys could all raise your hand, please. So they maintain your 700 lane miles of roadway, your 3,500 traffic lights, street lights, and your 47 traffic signals. And last but certainly not least, our solid waste, landfill, recycle center, everything else related to trash and pickup. If you could raise your hands. Very good. And then we have some admin staff with us from the admin building, Bailey and Lynette in particular. Who did I miss? Oh, yep, Jarrett and Adam. Where are they at? There they are, our project manager from Public Works. So we clearly have some good representation tonight. And every year, American Public Works Association celebrates these professionals and what they do. And I'd love to sit here and explain to you for hours on what they're involved with every day. But Bailey was kind enough to get a video put together, so we will play that when you're ready for it. But we do appreciate you having us this evening. And it really is a good public representation of all things that get delivered behind the scenes. And I'm very proud of this group. I'm very proud of the efforts that they do all year long. And as their director, they go out every day. And if we don't hear things, that's good news. So congratulations, great work. Appreciate everything you do each and every day, 7 days a week, round the clock. And we appreciate the proclamation this evening.
Heck yeah. You want to show the video first?
Sure, let's do that. So this was a brief video that Bailey and the team put together. I want to give a special recognition to our planning committee that has put this week's activities together. But this is one video that we'd like to play for the community.
I need some background music when I read proclamations. I think you're going to have to put it on the pano setting to get everyone here. All right. Proclamation, National Public Works Week, Connecting the World Through Public Works. Public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of City of Flagstaff. These infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals who are hardworking leaders and community stewards at all levels of government. These dedicated members are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, solid waste systems, public buildings, operations fleets, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. It is in the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and visitors in the City of Flagstaff to gain knowledge of and to maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in the City of Flagstaff. The year 2023 marks the 63rd annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association. Be it now, a sincere thank you is extended to all of the city public works professionals that deliver core services for the 700 lane miles of roadways, 800 pieces of fleet equipment, 1 million square feet of city facilities, 20,000 solid waste customers, in the management of the regional landfill each and every day in our community. Thanks to you, the city is in good hands, and we appreciate the pride you take in a never-ending work program. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Becky Daggett, Mayor of the City of Flagstaff, do hereby proclaim the week of May 21st through the 27th, 2023, as Public Works Week in Flagstaff, Arizona.
Right. I asked him the same thing.
Where's Scott going? Oh, okay. Wait, hold on.
Come on, Jeff. Come on, Jeff. Don't be shy.
I guess I don't have to hold you right here, but you'll stand there.
1, 2, 3. Yay.
Thank you. I don't know where. Sean, is our person here for this?
Yeah. Is Lisa Gainey with us today? Okay. Okay. Well, it's my honor to read this proclamation for Jewish American Heritage Month. Whereas this month we celebrate the enduring heritage of Jewish Americans whose values, culture, and contributions have shaped our character as a nation. And whereas for generations the story of the Jewish people, one of resilience, faith, and hope in the face of adversity, prejudice, and persecution, has been woven into the fabric of our nation's story. It has driven us forward in our ongoing march for justice, equality, and freedom as we recommit to upholding the principles of our nation's founding and realizing the promise of America for all Americans. And whereas for centuries, Jewish refugees fleeing oppression and discrimination abroad have sailed to our shores in search of sanctuary. Early on, they fought for religious freedom, helping define one of the bedrock principles upon which America was built. Union soldiers celebrated Passover in the midst of the Civil War. Jewish suffragettes fought to expand freedom and justice, and Jewish faith leaders linked arms with giants of the civil rights movement to demand equal rights for all. And whereas this Jewish American Heritage Month, let us join hands across faiths, races, and backgrounds to make clear that evil, hate, and anti-Semitism will not prevail. Let us honor the timeless values, contributions, and culture of Jewish Americans who carry our nation forward each and every day. And let us rededicate ourselves to the sacred work of creating a more inclusive tomorrow, protecting the diversity that defines who we are as a nation, and preserving the dignity of every human being, here at home and around the world. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, on behalf of Becky Daggett, Mayor of Flagstaff, Arizona, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2023 as Jewish American Heritage Month in Flagstaff, and call upon all Americans to learn more about the heritage and contributions of Jewish Americans and to observe this month with appropriate programs, activities, and ceremonies.
All right, we are moving down to item number 7, consideration of appointments, Board of Adjustment. And it looks like Councilmember House has the first appointment, then Councilmember Matthews, and then Councilmember McCarthy.
Great, thank you, Mayor. I had the opportunity to speak with all of our applicants today, and I have to say this is not an easy appointment to make. They are all excellent nominees or applicants, and all had a lot of great things to say about the unique perspectives that they bring and the experience that they have related to this commission. It's my honor to nominate Devin Kelly to a term expiring May 2025 for the Board of Adjustments.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Thank you, Councilmember House. Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to apologize to the applicants. I was a little ill the last couple of days, so I didn't make any phone calls, but I relied heavily on Councilmember House's communication with them. And so I would like to nominate Jed Westover, and I just want to acknowledge that there is already a person on this board from the same contracting firm. So I just want to re-emphasize, because it feels like it needs to be done, that if there is a conflict of interest, that they would recuse themselves in the appropriate manner. So with that, I would like to nominate Jed Westover.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I'm in agreement with the two council members that just spoke, that all three of these candidates are very qualified. So I would like to nominate James Maloney to the Board of Adjustment for a term expiring on May of 2025.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Councilmember House?
I just wanted to make one point about the conversation that I had with James that I thought was really important. Actually, both he and Devin both made great points to speak to the service that this board offers to the community and their desire to be of service to the community, which I thought was just an amazing thing to have applicants for any of our boards bring up as the heart of why they were desiring to serve. So I just wanted to make sure to call that out. And Jed also spoke to the experience and unique perspectives that he brought and wanting to be of service and join in that partnership with the city and with the community. So I just wanted to highlight that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember House. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. We are moving down to item number 8, consideration and adoption of resolution number 2023-28, a resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Flagstaff and the City of Phoenix for recyclable materials processing.
Good afternoon once again, Mayor and Council. Scott Overton, Public Works Director. We come to you this evening. As you recall, in early May, the city had taken possession of the Butler Material Recovery Facility at 1800 Butler, and we resumed our residential and commercial collection service of recyclables for the community on May 8th. In that time period, we have been delivering our single-stream recyclables to the City of Phoenix Material Recovery Facility in North Phoenix. And this agreement and IGA is the document that will execute that action moving forward. They were kind enough to allow us to use it in an interim basis until we could get to council for your consideration. So this IGA, credit to the City of Phoenix Public Works and their relationship with us has become strong, and they've been great partners to date. This IGA is that action that we would like to request to formalize our delivery of those materials in the interim basis, and until we can continue to develop our longer-term strategies with dealing with the community's recyclables. So happy to take any questions or comment, and again, thank you to the City of Phoenix for their swift work. And I believe their council will take this up following your actions.
Thank you, Scott. Councilmember McCarthy has a comment or question.
Yeah, which is it? Hi, Scott. I'm very supportive of this, and I want to thank you for, and your whole team, obviously, we saw earlier, that did a lot of hard work to make this happen lickety-split. I do have a question. As I read through the packet, I noticed that the recycling center in Phoenix accepts some things that we did not, for instance, glass. So I guess my question is, will you be reaching out to the community to let them know that there may be some changes? And at the same time, when I have occasion to look in my neighbor's trash can, for whatever reason, well, if I have a little bit of recycling, I don't bother putting my whole can out to the street. My neighbor says, oh, just put it in mine. So they only have to stop once. But anyway, getting back to the point, they'll put things in there that don't belong in there, like plastic sacks and the like. So anyway, is there going to be any reach out of the changes in what's allowed, glass, for instance, and please don't put certain things in there? Question. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent question and observation within your reading materials. Yes, the City of Phoenix does collect some workly here at the City of Flagstaff. We have not advertised or changed our practice at this time. There are some things, as you had mentioned, glass, for example, but it is somewhat problematic for collections. And while their facility does take it, right now our community does have a good behavior of separating the glass out for drop-off. At this time, we would prefer that option, as we do have higher commodity values as they are separated, and then it actually becomes a weight issue. So we pay by the ton to truck this material and to get it to Phoenix. Glass is very heavy. So right now, our community's behaving pretty well with separating their glass, and we'd like to continue that practice, at least in the interim. I think in 6 or 8 months, we may change that guidance, but at this time, we are sticking with what we had originally collected on behalf of the city, and we are not expanding our program to date.
Okay, another thing that just popped into my mind is we, meaning the staff, is going through a process of trying to see a permanent way of doing our recycling. And at that point, which might be, 6 months or a year from now, there might be another round of changes. So we don't want to confuse the public too often. Okay.
It's a fair point, and
thank you.
I think we hear you loud and clear. We get that request often, but it really is good practice to keep that glass out for a lot of good technical reasons. But we'll come back and we'll follow up on that in a little more depth. At this time, that facility does collect that material on site, but we as a community are doing better by keeping it out of our mainstream. Yep. Thanks for the question.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. Scott, and just to piggyback a little bit on Councilmember McCarthy, I'd already thought about this. There was some discussion about the continuation of some contaminants that I'm as guilty as anybody else. I have learned over the years of things that I was throwing away that I thought was recyclable that's not. And since we're going to have to pay a premium down in Phoenix, I think it would be prudent for us to do another marketing piece, collateral piece to the residents, just to remind all of us what really goes in the recyclable. I can't put my couch cushions in there, I found out, yeah. So I just think, especially since we're having to haul it all the way down to Phoenix, that if we could just do a reminder, that would be really helpful in our cost overhead.
It's an excellent comment. Thank you, Council Member. We are well aware of contamination rates and how the community has responsibility to do best practices and best behaviors, and we will own up to the fact that every community goes through this, and it's pretty cyclical. In particular, with rental properties or a college town, you're going to see some repeated needs in education, but we have teamed up with our sustainability division, and we know that it's going to be a part of all of the community to get to better practice. And you are spot on. The less contaminant and the less true landfill type garbage goes in the recycle, the better everyone will be. So that will certainly be a goal. It'll be ambitious, and as we start to develop our reset, you will see that messaging loud and clear.
I hate to beat this to death, but we have a short-term rental down the street from me, and I saw they had it overflowing with plastic bags, which is obviously inappropriate. So my suggestion is that a target audience you might focus on is short-term rental owners, and maybe ask them to put something up in their short-term rentals, because I don't think people are deliberately putting the wrong stuff in. I think it's just that they don't know. So short-term rentals. Thank you.
Excellent comment. Thank you.
Any additional questions or comments, Council? I think you're not going to be invited to put your recyclables in your neighbor's container anymore. Please do.
I'd like to move that we read resolution number 2023-28 by title only.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? City Clerk?
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Flagstaff and the City of Phoenix for recyclable materials processing.
I move to adopt.
A second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Great. Thank you. Moving down to item number 9, consideration and approval of contract, emergency contract for the purchase of materials services with Joe Dirt Excavating, Inc. for emergency hauling services of commingled recyclables in an amount not to exceed $200,000.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Scott Overton, once again, your Public Works Director. This action is related to the last item. Now that we have a place to haul our materials, we're back to collecting. Now we have to get them there. So we did enter into this contract a few weeks ago with a local contractor, Joe Dirt Excavating. They have been utilizing over-the-road haul trucks. So as they come in off of our garbage collection vehicles, we then load their over-the-road trucks via contracted service, and then they haul the material of recyclables to that MRF located in North Phoenix. This action ratifies that practice that we have been utilizing. It also authorizes up to $200,000 to be expensed, and we will continue this practice until we have our next contract or arrangement in place, hopefully with a little bit more longevity and a little bit more nuanced operational efficiency as we start to kind of work this into its next steps. But this, again, was that emergency action for a couple weeks ago, and we'll continue until we have those next contracts in place through your approval.
Thank you, Scott. Any comments or questions? I'll take a motion.
I move to ratify contract 2023-130.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion?
Just,
Yes, please.
Question, do we need to also do the authorization, or is that taken as a second motion.
I amend my motion to say that to authorize the city manager to execute the necessary documents. I'm sorry I missed that.
Thank you, Councilmember House and McCarthy.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, we're down to item number 10, consideration and adoption of resolution number 2023-21, a resolution approving the filing of condemnation proceedings to acquire easements necessary for the Schweitzer Canyon Water Transmission Main Project, Phase 4.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Bryce Doty, Real Estate Manager. Today I'm asking to bump this one. We need to update some of our legal descriptions in order to file these suits. And so I'm expecting to be back here with this on the June 6th meeting. So just FYI.
Thank you. Do we need a motion to?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, either a motion to table or a motion to postpone until June 6th. Either way, a motion to table is for the next regular meeting, so that would work too.
Okay.
So I move to table item number 10.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. All right, item number 11, future agenda item request. A citizen's petition titled Heavy Industrial Adjacent to Residential. Is there any kind of staff discussion or presentation?
I don't believe so, Mayor. I think we're just seeking council approval to move forward with this. Yes, Stacy, is there anything you'd like to add?
Yes, that is correct. This is a citizen petition that was received, and we're looking to council to provide any direction if they'd like to have a further conversation with possible direction to staff at a later time.
Great. Well, I'll go ahead and take public comment, and then council can discuss. Julian Bowers.
Hi there, Mayor, Vice Mayor and Council members. Thank you for hearing us today. So I'm here in support of the issue that we're having at the moment where we've got heavy industrial abutting residential. It affects 3 neighborhoods at the moment. Smoke Rise, Oakwood Pines, and Trails End Retreat. Trails End Retreat's just been built right into the edge of the heavy industrial. It's already causing issues because of air quality, sound, vehicles, and we just wanted to. We've got other people speaking to it. Joel Worth will be speaking to it. Michelle Lindquist will be here speaking to it. We did have a petition in saying that we'd like different routes. Some of those routes are clearly not advisable because of Picture Canyon Retreat, Picture Canyon Reserve and places like that. But one of the options is coming off 89 behind the gas station and cutting up into the area. That would be one option to get it out of the residential area. Joel Worth will speak to that, and you've actually got the information. We passed it on, so you should see maps of all that. There's recently at the top of the street, which is Empire, at the top of Empire on Monday of last week, there was a dump truck rolled over. I did have a whole PowerPoint presentation, but I wasn't allowed to show you that, of different pictures of the problems that putting heavy industrial next to residential causes. I will send that in to you through Stacy, but the truck rolled over. It caused quite a bit of chaos at the top of that road, and that's a road that's been designed for carrying heavy industrial vehicles, whereas ours is a residential street. So when we see the flow of vehicles, we're seeing sometimes 4, 5 trucks an hour coming in and leaving through the residential streets, and it just is not a good fit. So Joel Worth and Michelle will speak more to that. Our petition originally was to get different access. Our morphed petition is the fact it's just not a good fit in the first place. We shouldn't have heavy industrial in a residential area. So I think you've got a copy. You were sent a copy of that earlier on today. Whether you've seen it yet, I don't know. It was in the newspaper today on page 6, and we're just hoping that we can be heard, and we want to keep the conversation going. We don't want a closed conversation to say hard luck. We'd like to know where we need to keep speaking.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Joelle Worth.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. So I was the submitter of the original citizens petition and then also the alternative route. So I tried to come to the council with solutions to see if we could kind of brainstorm, understanding that we've got an individual that's made a sizable investment into having this kind of yard in our neighborhood. But in addition, I wanted to respond to the transportation engineering section's comments. I went through those, and I appreciate they took the time to the routes that I suggested. So routes 1 and 2, I'm in agreement with them that that's not a good fit, because that would create, it's a longer one, that would be behind Sheep's Hill, even though it abuts what is already heavy industrial. I understand the implications with Picture Canyon, but right now you have heavy industrial trucks that go through Old Route 66 and go through that old El Paso and cross the Rio de Flag. They just go to the right of that very noisy El Paso substation. So it's questionable to me why that wouldn't already be a good fit to have a truck there, but it's longer and more dusty that would be generated, and that dust would all head towards that Oakwood Pines subdivision. So Route 3, they mentioned in the TES report that the easement was not able to be secured with development of the Trails End Retreat. I think it may be worth a revisit to see if there could be a different consideration if it was just heavy industrial, perhaps that straight shot through the Forest Service, because it abuts already heavy industrial. Carter and Mary's Cafe is a truck stop. There is no road alignment against residential at all. So that to me seems like a better shot. It does have to be talked with Forest Service about that, but I think it might be something to at least revisit, possibly. Then the TES report identified that a grading permit had been issued for the contractor's yard, which included as a stipulation that access to and from the site will be via the newly constructed aggregate access driveway onto Trails End Drive and Dodge. So that's in place. I'm not sure that the road is fully constructed because the aggregate doesn't go up to the top. One of our biggest concerns is the dust, the noise, the vibrations that we have, the heavy trucks shaking our houses that go through the neighborhood. I think that this assessment needs to be reevaluated. There's 12 homes that abut Trails End Drive, 9 that have access, and 24 homes in the Trails End Retreat that are also impacted by this usage. The traffic assessment from the TES report failed to identify that we have this Sacred Peaks Health Center. They have 118 parking places. That parking lot is fully in use all the time. The manager of that health center signed our petition and told me he cannot exit through the
Thank you. Could you tell us a little bit more about your conversation with Sacred Peaks?
So the Sacred Peaks manager said that him and his staff and the clientele, because of that intersection at 89 and Trails End, it's horrible. You can't turn left. People start accelerating to 45 at Maverick, so it makes it a very difficult turn at a left turn at certain times of the day. So he said that all of his staff, clients, and themselves predominantly exit and short circuit through the neighborhood. So what happened during COVID, they had that whole parking lot set up, and the traffic from the Sacred Peaks backed up into the neighborhood, blocking residents' driveways. We also have a bus stop there, so I just think it needs to be reevaluated with the usage, because Park Service has 39 parking spots on the other side, and that wasn't in the TES report. So I don't think it's underestimated the amount of volume that we really see on this road that now we're mixing with the heavy industrial in as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Next up, did you have a question?
I have a question, but I'll wait for the end of public comment.
Okay. Daniel Raper.
Good afternoon, staff, Mayor, Vice Mayor. Thank you for listening to me this afternoon. Flagstaff resident of 46 years. I was born and raised here. What a mess we have on our hands with this. First of all, I want to say that I understand Mr. Todd's position. He bought this piece of property. It was zoned heavy industrial. A little background on this piece of property: it was never supposed to be developed. This was a piece of property that was broken off of the original mine by the original mine owners, which was Jim and Bonnie Crick. Somehow, some way, a developer got their hands on it years ago and got an easement that they needed from the Bleakers, which owned the mine, the great big mine next to it. So I understand Mr. Todd's position. I understand he bought the property. I understand he wants to use it for what he purchased it for. Second thing, I understand Smoke Rise position. These trucks are going through this neighborhood. There's a lot of bad things going on over there with these trucks. Speed, them going down the wrong way. There's videos of this. The dust. And just so you guys know, whenever limestone is crushed, it becomes a carcinogen. So this dust is blowing all over the entire east side of town and maybe other areas of town. Not to mention concrete that's being crushed. Obviously, these two stones that are being crushed right now are not being crushed up there. They're being crushed in the Bleaker pit, which is surrounded by this. When they move this crushing facility to the side of this mountain, it's going to be blowing everywhere because the dust is already blowing everywhere. It's coating our houses. The red dust coats our houses. I think this is a safety issue for the entire east side of town, if not the entire city of Flagstaff. The routes proposed, Picture Canyon, I think this is completely out of the question with the wildlife, the recreation, the walkers, hikers, bikers, horse riders, and we've even seen camels on that thing. This was purchased with bond money, open space money, that was approved in 2004 to preserve this property. And I don't think putting roads through it is preserving this property. I definitely want to try to be a part of the solution to this. And I have talked with Mr. Todd. And one thing that I would like for the city to consider is, if he's still willing to do this, he would be willing to, if he could get it rezoned. Obviously, he doesn't want any of this cost coming out of his pocket, but he would be willing to have it rezoned to residential. I understand residential is not supposed to go up against heavy industrial, but the city just approved Trails End up against heavy industrial. I understand there's some hurdles that would need to be jumped over, but I think between the city and everyone else that's willing to work on this, I think we could get it done. I just think that, it's not a, thank you very much.
Thank you. Billy Todd. I want to apologize to you again that you waited through that entire meeting only to find that this item had been postponed.
No worries. It was very educational. Thank you for having me, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I am the owner of the property and the owner of 108 Excavating, and I did buy Trails End heavy industrial land, intended to move my business up there. We have a rock crushing division that we do crush concrete and various other natural rocks in town. That's something that I don't want to get into because it's kind of besides the fact right now. I feel for the neighbors of Smoke Rise. As far as the trucks go, I am very adamant on all my trucks to follow all of the traffic procedures, to go very slow through there. It is my approved access. I've researched it thoroughly. I'm not opposed to a different access, but I don't see that happening. But I guess I just wanted to say that I feel for them, and I'm open to whatever suggestions that they may have, but I do intend to use the heavy industrial land as heavy industrial land. And that's all I really have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Lindquist?
Good afternoon. Thank you for hearing me today. My name is Michelle Lindquist. I live in the Oakwood Pines subdivision on the northeast side of Sheep Hill. When we decided to move to Arizona 3 years ago, we fell in love with Flagstaff. My husband taught as a chaplain at the police department. We jumped into volunteering and we looked forward to spending many years here. Unfortunately, in January of 2022, we were made aware that it is not just forestry land behind us, it is 20.6 acres of heavy industrial land. Land that can be used for a crematorium, petroleum storage, rock crushing, and pretty much anything you don't want by your home. In the Flagstaff zoning code for heavy industrial land, it essentially states that heavy industrial land should never be in an area where it would necessitate such stringent regulatory controls and it would cause compatibility issues. It also states that this district is further intended not to abut any residential or commercial district. So my family and I have spent the last year and a half of our time here in Flagstaff trying to understand how this has happened. And what I wanted to share with you today is that it's not just 70 plus homes that are impacted from this heavy industrial. There's a segment of the Arizona Trail that goes to the Picture Canyon Preserve, and it's also adjacent to U.S. forestry land. So in our research the last year and a half, we found out that the land was annexed into the city from the county. Many years ago, it lay dormant because it was of the inability to access it. That changed in 2021 when an easement was granted, and so all 4 of those parcels that create that 20 acres of land are now accessible, or they're working towards that. The city planning department also urged the original owner of the land that became Trails End to rezone that because they knew what a conflict that would create. That wasn't done, and so we now have the Trails End subdivision with trucks that are beyond even the weight limit capacity that are posted on the streets going through those areas. The same thing for Smoke Rise. I know from all that you went through with the pickleball that you're very thoughtful and you don't want this kind of situation created. I know I've exchanged emails with you, Mayor. I'd like to invite you all to come and see our homes, see our yards. I mean, this is about more than noise and nuisance. This is about health and safety. We have a chronically ill child who we basically spent half his life trying to get him better. And I was at Phoenix Children for breathing issues just 2.5 months ago. It took him 6 hours to get him breathing right. And we're downhill we're downwind of everything on Sheep Hill, 60 to 70 mile an hour winds at times. So we just want to ask you to visit, ask you to please put this on the agenda to hear us out. And let's figure out how we can fix this. And we do want to all work together and try and figure it out, but this is dangerous. This isn't just about nuisance and noise. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, do you have questions or comments? Councilmember McCarthy?
Well, thank you, Mayor. I think there's 2 parts to what we just heard this evening. One is there a problem? And the other is, what's the solution? So I think I'm convinced that there is a problem. What is the solution? I have no idea. So what I would recommend is that we refer this to the transportation engineering, our city staff, and then also to the Transportation Commission, and that asks them to make recommendations to council. It may be appropriate, depending on what those staff and the Transportation Commission find, that they may want to get, say, the Planning and Zoning Commission involved too. I don't know. But at least go to Transportation Engineering, Transportation Commission, ask them to give recommendations to council on what might be done about this. And I'll be honest, I don't thoroughly understand the problem, although I have been out in that area. But, and then have it come back to council and do whatever seems appropriate at the time. All right, I think that's clear. Thank you. If not, let me know.
Thank you, Councilmember. Additional questions or comments? I agree with you, Councilmember McCarthy, and I think that that would be a good first step, and then council can have some additional information to consider. Are we all in agreement on that? Yes? So we just need to give direction to staff, right? There's no motion.
That's correct.
Okay, so we are taking staff's recommended action on this and anticipate that we will see it back in the future. Okay, thank you. All right, we are adjourning this portion of the meeting and calling to order the next. Pursuant to ARS 31-431.02, notice is hereby given to the members of the City Council and to the general public that at this work session, the City Council may vote to go into executive session, which will not be open to the public, for legal advice and discussion with the city's attorneys on any item listed on the following agenda. Next up is the City Manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. The theme of this report will continue with employee recognition. It's a very nice recognition of our Public Works employees.
Hi there,
earlier.
Greg Clifton, your city manager. Welcome.
Really? Really? Yeah. Can we hold off on that for a bit? Thank you. Would like to start with recognition of Sarah Langley and Sean Johnson, who made the 20 under 40 recognition, and we're very proud of them both for doing that. They, of course, being part of the public affairs section and a wonderful part of the city organization. Bright futures ahead of them. You have a nice blurb in the report talking about them, and wanted to take a moment to publicly recognize them in front of you and in front of the community. I'm going to skip for a second the Leader of the Year awards and talk a little bit. There's some updates on meetings. I'm not going to belabor, just a lot of things happening behind the scenes, including a nice walkabout in the South Side neighborhood a week ago, and continued work with the CJCC. We had a nice Mountain Line Technical Advisory Committee and Board joint meeting. A couple of council members, of course, were present there. And I wanted to note, last week we did have a fun event. Thank you, Councilmember Sweet, for attending the Champions of Team Flagstaff. This was back on May 10th. Helped orchestrate the Come Together event. Well attended, and it was nice. It's the first time since COVID that the employees have all gotten together. It was very heartwarming. We will have a number of divisions here reporting to you with some updates, including engineering and capital improvements. I think we'll have them lead off with the March and April update here in just a few minutes. The April update from Economic Vitality and the April-May update from PROS. And yes, Council Member House, 20 under 40 means under 40 forever. Before we get into those updates, and if we can ask for your indulgence here, we would like to show a video here that speaks to a very important and quite distinguished award that we hand out to Leaders of the Year. This used to just be for division heads. We've expanded it now to include leaders throughout the organization. So there's been some efforts to encapsulate this within a video, and it's a pretty cheesy video, so we hope you enjoy it. Thanks.
Hi there, Greg Clifton, your city manager. Welcome to yet another chapter of GCTV. In this episode, we're going to change it up and do something a little bit interesting. I think you'll like it. This time of year, we try to think really hard and thoroughly about who's going to be our next recipient of the Mary Jo Jenkins Leadership Award. So this is going to be a special treat for all of you as we introduce not one, but two recipients of this award. Now, these recipients don't have a clue what's about to go down, so it's going to be a surprise for them. We're going to start off, though, by interviewing some of our past recipients of this very prestigious award. So follow me, and let's do this thing.
Hey, Greg.
Hi, Shannon. Can I barge in?
Yes, absolutely.
I was wondering if I can steal just a couple of minutes and ask you about the Mary Jo Jenkins Award. A couple of years ago, it was right out here, you were awarded the Mary Jo Jenkins Award. You were the recipient of a very prestigious award called the Mary Jo Jenkins Leadership Award. You were the recipient of a Mary Jo Jenkins Leadership Award.
Yes, I was.
Have a question for you.
Yeah. Let's just pull this out. Look at that. It meant a lot to me at the time. I was fairly new to the organization. I was new to the leadership team.
Oh boy, it meant a ton. It meant a ton to me.
You know, it was probably the most important award that I ever received in my 33-year career.
I worked with Mary Jo when I first started at the city. She was one of my original mentors. So it was extremely meaningful in that way because she was such a leader.
I learned that she was not only a super fun person to work with, but she was very kind, considerate, and really good at her job.
I just saw the way people lit up when they thought about her.
So I knew she was a real leader in the organization and one that you'd want to mirror yourself of.
To be awarded an honor in her name and to be awarded something for leadership when there's so many fantastic leaders in this organization, it really meant quite a bit to me.
So I was excited when Josh thought of me for this award because if Mary Jo was that amazing, then all the directors or leaders that are getting this award must be too.
To be awarded and recognized that with an award and recognition that's in her name, it's pretty special.
It's a wonderful award, but what it symbolizes is even more meaningful. Hey, come on in, guys. It's Brandy and Stacy.
Oh,
yeah.
Now she can see.
You know, earlier today, we had a great get-together at the Orpheum. Our employees got together. The comment was made that we have had a brief gap, I think. The gap, of course, being COVID. And the last time all the employees got together was before COVID. The idea of closing the gap is back in front of us again, here, right now. Because we're not really talking about career enhancements. We're here to surprise both you, Brandy, and you, Stacy. Everybody here shares something very important in common. In addition to being leaders of the organization, everybody here has also been the recipient of a very prestigious award, being Mary Jo Jenkins. Heidi, you want to lead us off?
Sure. So, Stacy, looking back to 2021, the city's Stacy Breckler-Nags demonstrated these traits when she worked with the Flagstaff Police Department to receive reimbursement from DEMA, the fire department with a SAFER grant submittal, represented the city along with others to address infrastructure needs through the American Jobs Plan, helping the city navigate the receipt and expenditure of American Rescue Plan Act ARPA funds, submitted multiple airport grants, thank you, and emergency response and recovery activities for the museum flood area. Congratulations, SBK, on being the city's Leader of the Year for 2021. We are sorry that it's taking us this long to get this award in front of you, but you truly are more than deserving.
Congratulations, SBK. You did a lot of terrific work and just continues, so thank you. So I get to talk about you, Brandy. Celebrating 2022, you served as our interim human resources director. Rick, I did try to steal her, but she wouldn't stay. Yeah. I guess finance is just in your blood. Hiring and training new finance staff, new payroll staff. You helped us on board 2 human resources and risk management directors. There were some amazing things that happened actually while you were there. Some key policies such as telework, the revamp of the drug and alcohol testing policy, our FEL, our emergency leave, as well as comp policies, which have been really key with the new implementation of that pay plan. One thing that we've been trying to conquer for years is tiered benefits. And you and Jared worked together with the EAC to bring a 3-tier benefit plan and make things more affordable for people to insure their families, which is just incredible. It not only helps us bring people here, but it helps us keep them. So I really appreciate you putting on your creativity and innovation and making that happen. We came back, we talked about how we had a gap, right? Because we were all working either at home or in the field because of COVID. And you really helped us as employees come back to the building and learn what it was going to be after COVID. A lot of us weren't sure what to expect. All this, you also worked with the payroll team to implement an electronic timekeeping system, Kronos, which is still going strong and will be huge for our organization. As you know, we have been working on emergency management. You became the finance section chief of the incident management team. And just have really helped employees understand what their compensation is, what their benefit is, and you were there to answer their questions and to encourage them along the way. So thank you and congratulations on your 2022 Leader of the Year award.
Well, thank you.
Wow.
It's really completely not expected at all. So, well, thank you all.
The both of you for 2021, Stacy, and you for 2022, Brandy, are the very first non-division head recipients of this award, and I just think that's so cool.
I'm just very honored. I mean, I knew Mary Jo, and I know a lot of the leadership team. All of you, a lot of you have been recipients and well-deserved, and I feel honored to be in that group with all of you, and I love City of Flagstaff, Team Flagstaff. I'm a dedicated and committed employee, and I will continue to serve that list of stuff and expand it in the future. So, but anyways, thanks for the honor. I appreciate the surprise and all that you guys have done for us.
Thank you, Stacy.
Again, thank you. It's truly an honor. I appreciate the opportunity to be the interim HR director and to assist, management services and the budget and all of everything that comes with it. And just thank you. It's been a pleasure. I love serving this community. I love being able to help solve problems, right? So that I'm very solution oriented, and it's just been a great time to find solutions to the many obstacles we face as a city. So thank you again.
Well, we are here to thank you and welcome you to this amazing family. It's a good group, and it's now expanded to include the both of you. Barbara, thank you so much for joining us from Camp Verde.
Well, thanks, Greg. Mary Jo, and many of the people sitting at the table worked with Mary Jo. She really was the epitome of professionalism, and I'll tell you, though, what really struck me about this meeting today is seeing the emotion from both Stacy and Brandy, because as many as you know, this is a thankless job much of the time, and we don't do it for the recognition and the praise, but it's so valuable when it's so well-deserved and earned, because I've had the pleasure of working with both of you. I know your commitment to the community. I know your loyalty to the community. From the bottom of my heart, from as well as I knew Mary Jo, I think you two more than exemplify all the traits and characteristics for when we created this award. So I just truly want to thank you for your continued service.
Well, with that, that's another wrap of GCTV. Hope you enjoyed this great episode, and we'll see you next time. Thank you. Thank you for your audience on that. A big congratulations to SBK and Brandy. I don't know if we have them in the room, but it'd be great to have them come down and share any comments they have with you or vice versa.
Thank you. I'm not going to cry anymore, but it was I can't believe he surprised us. I just want to say thank you to the organization, to all the employees that work here. Really, everybody deserves this award, not just me. But it's an honor. I knew Mary Jo personally and professionally, and so it's quite an honor to be a part of this group and be recognized. So thank you, and thanks to my family and my Sisters of the Heart and Brother of the Heart are in the back. My daughter came, so it was nice to get all the support from friends and family. So thank you.
Again, it's an honor to be recognized for this award. We have so many amazing leaders and just an amazing team, and we couldn't do it without them. So thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Thank you, Stacy, and thank you, Brandy. Moving on then, and thanks again for giving us some time with that video. It was fun. I would like to turn this over, if I may, to a few divisions to do some reporting, and as mentioned, we'll kick this off with city engineering. I think Paul Rude might be joining us here. Oh. Nope, actually, Trevor. I knew that, Trevor, and I forgot. I apologize. Trevor, it's good to have you.
It's good to be here. Good afternoon, Council. I'm Trevor Henry. I am the Capital Improvements Engineer. And in your packet, you do have a monthly report on behalf of engineering. There is a healthy list of projects. What I'm going to do this afternoon is just touch on a few and kind of go over those items. We also have David Millis, our development engineer, here as well, and he'll go over some other items in that report. But I'll start off with the capital projects. On the screen, we have our map that we usually accompany the report. And it kind of gives you some dots, some diamonds, gives you ideas of what's in design and what's actually in construction. So the first project to go over is the Beulah Boulevard Extension and Realignment. So this project is under construction currently. We have Eagle Mountain Construction, who is our construction manager at risk. They started on April 3rd, which included clearing and grubbing and removal of trees from the site. So right now they're working on profiling operations for the underground utilities. So what this involved is heavy equipment to go in and actually excavate the required trenches. So this is really neat. It's not the normal excavator hammering the rock and then pulling it out. This is actually like a big, imagine, chainsaw that just goes right into the ground and takes the material out pretty quick. So if you get a chance and you're around that area, please take a look. We also have traffic control devices and flagging operations up currently. This is to help with the traveling public going through the site, ensure safety on their part and safety for the contractor. We do have weekly email notifications that go out to partners of the project as well as community members who are interested. The next project is the Flagstaff Downtown Mile Connectivity Project. In early April 4th, the project team met with the Federal Rail Administration. which is the lead agency on the INFA grant that we had received back in September of 2022. On April 7th, we had 30% design plans submitted, and the city is currently looking those over. On April 19th and 20th, Capitol staff hosted a 2-day design scoping meeting with Amtrak and the BNSF Railway on what the Flagstaff station improvements will be. So this is for Amtrak. On April 21st, the ADOT State Transportation Board had awarded the city or the project itself funding in the amount of $3 million. That grant or that fund award will help offset some of the city's matching funding for the project in general. On April 27th, Capitol staff met with the Director of Arizona Department of Transportation, Jennifer Toth, to go over project-related items as well as items that ADOT is working on as well. Right now, we're making preparations for our first public meeting that will be held sometime in June. We will make sure we have plenty of notification on when that will occur so that the community can be involved and informed. The next project is the Rio de Flag project. And on April 18th, we were before you with change order number 17. This was a change to our design consultant for work that we are continually evolving and working through with the Army Corps for completion of the project. On April 25th, staff was before you with a status and a project update presentation, and that was a little more involved with where we are and what we're doing. This is more of an update for you tonight or this afternoon. One of the items I wanted to mention was last week, the Army Corps of Engineers held a virtual meeting for the residents, or actually for the public, for the community, as well as groups that are really interested in the project. The intent of that project was to go over comments and questions that were received on the draft supplemental environmental assessment document. And those community groups that were really interested in this project were Friends of the Rio and Friends of Flagstaff's Future. A lot of F's in there, so.
Trevor?
Yes.
Is that meeting somewhere available for the public to view?
Yes.
Was it recorded?
Yes, Your Honor. We did have a recording. We did have an audio recording as well, and we're working with the Army Corps to go ahead and get that ready, and we'll provide that here shortly.
Thank you.
The next
Councilmember,
Yes,
me,
I'm sorry.
Councilmember Harris has a question.
I just need to know, for the meetings that you have with the Army Corps of Engineers regarding the Rio, the ones that are public, how can we find out where and when those meetings are?
So Your Honor, Councilmember Harris, any project meetings, public meetings, community outreach, open houses that we do with any of our projects, we tend to work through the city manager's office, the public information officer, to get any releases out, social media, just to advise of when the project will have a meeting, and the date, the time, and the location. And we try to give as much time as we can for everybody to schedule that and make sure they can attend as needed.
Because I must have missed the one for the one you just had.
Okay.
Because I didn't see that, so maybe I'm not on the right list, or maybe I'm not looking in the right place. But I'll figure that out. But thank you.
Yes, we'll definitely, we can speak later, and then we can make sure we get that information out. But we did go through social media to announce the meeting, and we did go through our proper channels to get that out. But we apologize you missed that.
No problem. I'm sure I probably missed an email because I missed some. So, but thank you.
I tend to do that too. I'm not too good with phones these days. I usually just give it to my children to help me and tell me where I need to be, when and where. The next project to go over is the Lone Tree Overpass project. So at the beginning of April, we had 90% design plans that were submitted. These plans represent work north of Butler Avenue. On April 4th and 5th, Capitol staff hosted a 2-day workshop with the Army Corps of Engineers and the Lone Tree project team. This meeting was coordination efforts on both sides for activities related to both the Lone Tree and the Rio project. Just making sure everything is going to work together. The project team is also preparing construction activities for work on Lone Tree Road south of Butler. We're also expecting that work to begin later this fall. And those are coordination efforts. On May 8th, we did have some demolition activity going on. We did take out a few structures that were acquired and have been vacant for a while, and so those are needed to be out of the way as we progress towards this project. The next project is the protected intersections at Beaver and Butler and San Francisco. So last year we did a feasibility study on these two intersections, and our consultant had prepared the information and provided to us technical reports. We have had several discussions on these two intersections at our retreats in April, on April 7th, April 27th, and 28th. So to give you an update, these intersections have been included and funded in our 5-year capital improvement program summary for fiscals year 24 and 25. So those have been added. Staff anticipates that we will apply for a Safe Streets for All
Excuse me,
grant.
Trevor.
Yes.
Councilmember McCarthy would like to say something.
Yes.
Just yesterday, I witnessed a semi-truck negotiating this area and had a very difficult time. So when we make these protected intersections, are they going to be constructed so that a very large truck could kind of like make the turn differently than cars will to reflect, you know, like raised areas, but be able to go over the raised areas or whatever, so it's possible to turn a big truck down them, like, for instance, if there were a moving van for someone that was moving?
Your Honor, Councilmember McCarthy, my understanding is through the design process, templates are used for turning movements, and they use semi-trucks, they use large vehicles, double axle, single axle vehicles, and so this template is overlaid on the intersection, and they kind of see where the trailing part of the vehicle goes over the potential curbs, ramps, and then we start looking at potentially modifying these for either a roll type of curb that can allow for the back tires to traverse over safely. Again, this needs to be protected, but those are some of the details that go through the design process.
All right, thank you, Trevor. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. For this grant, the Safe Streets for All, we do have to submit those by July 10th, and if awarded, the current funding that's in the project will go towards the match. Last item for that particular project is we have talked with our consultant and we have requested a proposal for a full design of both intersections, so those are moving forward. And the last project for capital is the Solier Avenue Transmission Main Project. This is a 12-inch water line on Solier Avenue from approximately 4th Street down to the Butterfield Apartments on Solier. And this construction contract was awarded at council on May 2nd, and we will begin construction tentatively in June and be complete possibly in October. And it's important for this project to move forward as it will support future developments along the Butler corridor. So with that, I will let David do his part.
Trevor, if you don't mind, Mayor, thank you. Is there a design going on for the Butler raised bicycle paths that, I think you know what I'm talking about? Yep. What's going on in that?
Yeah, Your Honor, Councilmember McCarthy. So the Butler Avenue raised bike lane project is, we are going to make that project part of a bigger corridor for Butler that we're researching currently. We do anticipate making a request to a consultant for 15%
feasibility conceptual plans for what that might look like from Milton down to Sawmill. So we are kind of figuring, strategizing how we can package those together and basically get the best value for a corridor plan or a corridor section. Does that help?
Are you looking at a week from now or 10 years from now?
So we did make a request to the consultant a week ago, and we're hoping to see something maybe in mid-June for a proposal on the 15%. Then possibly we can strategize and package everything together along Butler to see what we can do to get a bigger project that is more viable, and potentially we could apply for grants.
All right, I appreciate your answer. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Good afternoon, the Mayor and Council. I'm Dave Millis, the Development Engineer. So I'm here to provide a quick update on some of the private development projects that are currently being managed by Development Engineering and our engineering inspection staff. So in addition to our ongoing reviews of the projects that are making their way through various stages of planning and IDS entitlement process, our project managers currently have one subdivision under engineering plan review and 8 site plans also being engineering plan review currently ongoing. All of these are kind of a snapshot when the reports go out. So as some kind of fall off are in the approval phase, new ones are always coming in. In addition, we have 12 subdivisions in construction or awaiting permits, and 13 major site plan projects that are also either in construction or awaiting permits. So those are being managed by our development engineering project managers as well as inspected by the engineering inspection staff. Then in your packet, I did give kind of a quick list of all the projects, but I won't go through all those with you just for time today. If you have any questions about any of them, I'm happy to answer. We did do one highlighted project. You may have seen that at the northeast corner of 4th Street in Butler, the project that's now called Elkwood Multifamily Housing, which I believe when it came through was called Flagstaff at 4th, has begun construction under an at-risk grading permit. Their civil plans are going through, they've been approved by staff and are going through signatures now. So that project has 224 units, multifamily rental, as well as a 6,000 square feet of commercial space with it. The project did have cash in lieu contributions that are going towards the capital Butler improvement project, so they won't be having the ordinary construction of frontage improvements because they contributed cash in lieu that will be completed by the capital project at that frontage. So that's all I have, unless you had any questions for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Trevor and David. Mayor and Council, if there are no other questions on that report, we will shift and go to economic vitality.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is David McIntyre. I'm Community Investment Director here at the City, and I will be filling in for Heidi Hansen for the moment to go over Economic Vitality's monthly report, with your indulgence. And wanted to highlight a few things. Hopefully you've had a chance to peruse it. There's a lot of great stuff in there, but a few things to highlight. The airport paid parking system is coming along. We are moving forward with that. I believe the anticipated start date is still July 1, and they are coordinating a lot of contractors, and the types of details that go into these types of projects are intense, and still working towards it, but excited to get it there. It is coming soon. Also out at the airport, our employments and total operations are staying really strong. even without United out there, we're seeing really good numbers, and that is exciting. Also, I know that there has been a lot of work with other airlines and conversations with the hope that we can bring a more commercial service to Flagstaff soon. Kind of exciting is our historic Route 66 trail. You can see our very own Craig Znicko on a bike ride. He took a picture. We put it in a monthly report. Not sure he was planning for that to happen, but it works out nicely that way. That really is a beautiful monument. If you've had a chance to drive by, that one's far over towards I-40 on the way out of town past Picture Canyon. But there were 3 that were put together. Again, these were using BBB funds, bed, board, and beverage funds. Those funds are only available for beautification. So I know there were some conversations about use of funding and things like that. But this has been a long-standing Route 66 plan. This plan's been in place for a long time, and this actually finished it out. And we're really excited about that, and I think they turned out great. Also on the excited, and it turned out great, I don't know if you've had a chance to go by the airport and see the new fence that went in, the Cocodino Scroll. I think it looks fantastic. I hope you do as well. We're really excited about how that came out. The medallions, which will actually be interpretive and will tie to various whimsical images within the fence, will be going in later, but the fence is up. We're going to be releasing the brochure before long. And so far, it's been very well received by everybody who's talked to me about it, and I'm just thrilled when I go by. Flowers and enhanced landscaping. It is starting to be warm out, and that is really exciting because that's when we transfer the beautiful evergreens, which have treated us well in our downtown, into the flowers, which will be coming shortly. I do believe those are planned to go in over the next few weeks. You'll see the alley closure begin shortly with some of the pieces that will make sure that traffic doesn't flow in and out, and then the flowers will go in. You'll see the trees start to be removed and the flowers going in. All should be done by mid-June. It does feel late sometimes because it's so beautiful outside, but they do work really hard to make sure that we don't have a frost come through and take out all the beautiful flowers that just went in. So this is all very meticulously planned with our consultants, Foxglove, who are fantastic at this work, and our beautification arts and science team, as well as our partners within the Euro, who are many internal teammates, and the Downtown Business Alliance. We're also really excited. We have the next phase of the traffic signal cabinets coming forward. There are 5 new locations throughout the community. This started out as a pilot a few years ago. It's been very well received, and I think the art is just getting better. Not to take anything away from our first couple of years, but this year's submissions and the locations are really exciting. So that is coming soon to a utility box near you.
Excuse me, Dave. I think that Councilmember Harris has a question.
Oh, my apologies.
Thank you. What happens to the trees that we take out?
So I believe this year we're planning that Public Works and pros are going to be able to use them all. We have talked about the fact that at some point that won't be the case. We won't be able to continually absorb that many forever, but so far we've found uses for all of them. We've talked about various instances such as an Earth Day celebration where people can win the trees that come out, where they can be donated for planting. There's been a number of different conversations about what the right way to provide that next chapter for those trees is. But I think at this point, and I'd look to our pros and Public Works friends, thank you. Yes, we'll be able to use them within the pros team this particular season, and we'll be having those conversations again in the future. So they don't go to waste.
Okay, and I'm assuming that we don't just throw them away.
No,
Okay.
no, we don't. They are,
and we can't give them to community members because of some gift thing or something. I don't know.
You know, in the future, as mentioned, one of the things that we've talked about is making some sort of a prize situation or a gift situation. I think with trees, there's probably a way that we could structure it in such a way that it wouldn't be high risk. But I'll look to the attorneys to help us with that. But I think we'll find a way to bring those out into the community and help them have that next life.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome. Park Flag, this is our spring cleaning. We are going through and pretty much top to bottom every one of the kiosks. I know that's not sexy like an art fence, but it's really important. And the number of contacts that people have with those every day is something that we take very seriously. So we are in full spring cleaning mode. That's also involved everything from making sure that everything's functioning properly. We do a full maintenance piece, but we're actually implementing an additional top to bottom cleaning that we're heading into right now. And I will say that parking statistics from last month, April was about 9% higher in terms of pay to park than it was the previous year. We love to think that's proof that the downtown continues to grow and evolve, and that the parking district is functioning well and that people are parking. You heard some recognitions earlier. We have a couple that we'd like to share as well. Craig Zanetko, who was previously up there in a bike helmet and a monument, also recently became certified as an Arizona Economic Development Professional. That means that everybody in our economic development team is an AAED Pro. Craig, John, Jack, myself, and Heidi right through the line. And it is really an exciting thing to have him have accomplished that. We're looking forward to that team continuing to do great things. Also, Jack Fitchett, who is our business attraction manager, you all know and love, hopefully. He is the youngest board member ever for the Arizona Association of Economic Development statewide committee, so we're really proud of both of them. We also have just updated our website. We would love it if you'd go take a look at chooseflagstaff.com. There's a lot of changes in there. We're looking for feedback, but we're really excited about what it's going to do to help continue to drive business to our prosperous community. Innovate Waste Challenge happened in the very beginning of April, so we were in our full go mode during this monthly report. We did have some exciting winners that will be announced at the next one, just because it was in May. And we also were grateful that the City of Flagstaff STEM celebration went off very well. We love supporting STEM. In terms of library statistics, you can tell that the door count was up by almost 50%. Shows the engagement with our library. It's very exciting. And program attendance is up by 200%. So really amazing stuff going on with the libraries. There was also a job fair that the Downtown Library hosted on April 14th, and 4 different workshops led by Human Resources library staff, and additionally some craft nights, really engaging the community within that most loved of spaces. In the East Flagstaff Library, there was a teen party that drew 33 different attendees for games, temporary tattoos, stations for making crafts, things of that nature. And when it comes into our tourism metrics, we did actually see a slight decrease from last year. That is probably indicative of the fact that last year was record-setting for visitation. And so when you're competing with record-setting years, it is somewhat normal to have a little bit of an ebb. We have also heard from some of our hoteliers and other tourist attractions that some of the escalation in costs is affecting how long people are staying. So we'll be watching that carefully. And I know Discover Flag is working diligently with all the amazing skills that they have to continue to drive visitation. We did not have any new film permits in April, but we have seen 52% gain in followers on social media. So part of that continuing to keep Flagstaff top of mind. Visitor services, also significant increases. You'll see a trend in everything. And different items like water services, scavenger hunts, indigenous art markets, these kinds of events are bringing people forward and helping them to engage with our Visitor Services Center. And so thank you very much for your continued support and partnership and for the opportunity to present some of these highlights to you.
Thank you, Dave. Council, any comments, questions? Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. And lastly, Council, we have Rebecca with pros.
Good evening. Or is it still afternoon? Let's see. So I got 2 months for us to go through, and we're just going to skip this part right here where sometimes my team makes me write stuff for the newsletter. Enjoy that as you may. I'm going to move this over here. So our trail, this is really big, right? Is it okay if I do this? No, you can't see it. Okay. So this is our typical trail counts. We are seeing increases. You can see the daily averages are listed here. We're trying to get this pretty standard so you can expect to see this type of chart every month and compare. I will point out, you'll see the Rio de Flag Trail right here. That's an inactive trail counter. It's not that nobody was down there. It's just that we're working on getting that trail counter out of the software. So you'll see that in May as well. I did want to pause. Most of this April report is old stuff, but I did want to make sure we talk about smart irrigation a little bit. There has been some confusion over the last couple of years, especially related to capital projects. One example being here at City Hall on the front lawn. And I've heard some comments about watering in the middle of the day and different types of things. I want to make sure the council understands we do have a smart irrigation system throughout, I would say 95% of our parks. There are a couple of sites that it's hard to get to because of electrical access. But smart irrigation means that the system itself checks weather, it turns itself off, we are able to program it, it reduces our runoff, and if we hear that an irrigation, like if someone calls us, which happens a lot, and lets us know that something is watering when they think it shouldn't be, we can check it. Oftentimes it's a broken irrigation line or a head that's stuck. We can turn it off with a phone. So people don't necessarily have to go out in the middle of the night or early morning hours to go out and turn that off. We can then log it and get out and fix it. So wanted to make sure that council is aware of that. This system is going to be enhanced through the NORESCO project that was just recently approved by council, and we're excited to work with sustainability for that. These are some of the components of those systems, super exciting, I'm sure, for you. But this is the app that goes with it that we have on our devices and helps us track and monitor our usage. So moving on, another exciting addition is that we'll have more information and pictures in the May, but we've installed a community garden over at the Hal Jensen Center in cooperation with sustainability. They had a need to move their Isabel garden, and so this is a great temporary location. If it goes well, maybe it becomes permanent. We'll see. We're taking registrations for adult softball and adult volleyball, and this is pretty exciting. Our open space staff found a need and filled a need in the community to get together outdoor educators. There's a lot of people out there in Flagstaff doing this work, and we wanted to make sure we weren't all just kind of stepping on each other's toes and going after the same participants and constituents. So our staff pulled them together, and they got a great turnout. They've had some great conversations, and these conversations will be continuing. I think they're trying to decide right now how often they need to meet, but also talking about where they can store and stockpile lesson plans that we can all use and things like that. So that's kind of exciting. And then I did want to talk about this. Last weekend we had our annual Kids to Parks Day. This is in partnership with the National Park Trust. We tried something different this year. Our events team put together a geocaching event, and where they hid little treasure chests out at different locations. Then you can use your phone to go find the coordinates and then get a stamp out of that treasure chest. It was super exciting. So that's April. And I promised I would do both reports in 5 minutes. Sorry, Greg, I lied. First off, for May, I want to send out a sincere congratulations to our own Crystal Warden-Gant, who was recently promoted. She's been with the city for 28 years as a recreation coordinator at various locations, and she was recently promoted to recreation supervisor at the Hal Jensen Recreation Center. She's well known over there, and this is a great fit, and we're excited to see her promoted. We have some new team members in parks. These two gentlemen listed here have actually been working with us as temporary employees for quite some time, and now they are finally full-time staff members. We're excited to have them permanently join our team. Trail counts can continue to increase. Of note here, just wanted to mention that Picture Canyon and McMillan Mesa bridge here in this yellow. Those two locations continue to increase as the weather warms up. Buffalo Park we know is always going to be popular, but it's fun to see folks getting out to our open spaces as well. You guys are very familiar with this topic, so we're just going to move right along. You're welcome. And as I mentioned, registrations are open. I did want to call out, we were able to, with some deferred maintenance funds that we were able to budget for this year, meaning fiscal year 23, we were able to buy 2 new scoreboards for the Thorpe Park complex. You can see what they look like here. We'll get the other 2 done in this next fiscal year. It's nice to see improvements like that, and they are noticed by our community for sure. Here are some pictures of that community garden going in over at Hal Jensen. I know you're super interested that swim lessons are starting up and registration is open now. And we've had some volunteer events out at our open spaces. We got these kids out there with shovels actually learning how to build trails, how to be responsible, how to deal with drainage on trails, and learning leave no trace principles. And then new and improved, we're trying a few new things on our report this month. So you'll see that we've added some social media metrics here. We do continue to see a continuing increase in our social media presence and likes or followers or whatever you call those things. I'm not super familiar, but our team is, and they know what they're talking about. We are excited to bring back concerts in the park this summer. We are going to various locations. You can see the schedule here. I'm very excited about that. And then this is also new for us for this monthly newsletter. We're trying to pull together a calendar of events in the upcoming month. And these are events that either we permit or we're putting on ourselves. So a couple of things to note. Hullabaloo coming up fast. Movies on the Square is starting this weekend, so that's exciting. And you'll see a lot of activity here on Heritage Square. That's thanks to our Downtown Business Alliance really bringing a lot more programming forward. We are partnering with them on Kids Squared, which is going to be Tuesdays and Thursdays in June and July. That's exciting. And what else did I want to mention? Oh, a new event coming forward this year is the Pride Parade. So Pride is back this year. They were not able to have their event over the last few years, but they are back this year and they're going to be doing a parade. So wanted to make sure you're aware of that. They will be using the typical parade route through downtown, closing the streets on June 17th. That's a Saturday. And it's all permitted, everything. We're working with PD and everything's going to be safe. But wanted you to be aware that that's a new parade that'll be happening. And I will stop there unless you have any questions. Thank you.
The Vice Mayor has a question.
Yeah, Rebecca, I just wanted to know if the city has a softball team they're putting together.
Are you willing to head us up and be our captain?
Sign me up. Sure.
You were supposed to say no. We'll we will
Nobody
be,
wants to play with me, but that's fine.
We'll be in touch. Well, nobody wants to play with me either because I close my eyes and run away from the ball, as my team will tell you. We'll be in touch, Vice Mayor.
We should do it, gang. It's official. Transparency from the day.
Okay, I don't see any other questions or comments. Thank you so much, Rebecca and team.
Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you, Mayor, Council. You gave us a lot of your time today. We really appreciate it. It's always fun to give you these updates. And coming on the cusp of summer, there's a lot to talk about. So thanks for your audience. And Mayor, I am going to turn it back to you.
Thank you. All right, we're down to item number 3, Flagstaff Emergency Operations Plan Development. Have I ever seen you in a dress?
Yeah, I used to wear them all the time, but then now I've got this emergency management thing
Ah, that's
going.
right.
So I don't know. So it's kind of weird, and I like wearing dresses, and especially in the summers, huh?
You look
When it's
nice.
hot. Well, thank you.
Sorry if that question
You didn't
seemed
no.
weird.
No, it wasn't at all. I'm going up on the interbasin tomorrow, so I'm back in uniform tomorrow. So, so it's, you know, that fun dress style. All right, so let me get this started here. And we've known each other a long time, so it's all good. All right, so Mayor and Council, Stacy Breckler-Naggs. I'm the Grants, Contracts, Emergency Management Director, and I'm excited to be here with our consultant, EM Partners, Ashley McCooch, that's behind me, along with Daniel Kelly, our Emergency Manager, and the county is right behind me also. Wes Deason is the Emergency Management Director for the county, and Tim Carter is the Deputy Director with the County Emergency Management. So they just went through this process and are finalizing, and we're starting. So, so it's pretty exciting time for us at the city as we gear up our emergency management program. So with that, I'm really going to turn it over to Ashley, and she's going to go through this presentation, and then we'll have questions at the end. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Ashley McCooch. I'm a consultant with EM Partners and will be the project management lead for this EOP development process for the city. So just to give you a little bit of background, EM Partners is an emergency management consulting firm based in Virginia. I am based here in Arizona, and my emergency management experience is here in Arizona, both with Coconino County Emergency Management as well as with the Arizona Division of Emergency Management. So I'll bring Arizona-specific planning expertise to your project. And we'll have planners and support from our EM Partners team from our Virginia-based folks as well. So I'll give you a little bit of a background on the importance of an emergency operations plan and why Flagstaff needs an EOP and really why this is such an important project for the city. So an emergency operations plan is really that foundational key document for an emergency management program. All other emergency management plans and procedures and operations will tie back to your EOP. And so it's really a great time now with Stacy and Daniel expanding the emergency management program for the city to be establishing this EOP as the basis for the entire emergency management program for the city. This will be an all hazards and roles and responsibility document. So I'll explain what I mean by that, because those are two kind of key terms that will continue throughout this presentation and throughout our entire process with the EOP. So when we say all hazards, this plan will not be a wildfire plan or a flooding plan or a winter storm plan. It will be all hazards in order to encompass the capabilities and functions that the city and its partners have to lend to emergency response and recovery operations for any emergency. And that's the way that the federal government and state government and county government also plan, and so we'll be aligned with that all hazards approach in order to plan for any potential disaster or emergency that may impact the city of Flagstaff and how those partners will respond. And then when we talk about roles and responsibilities, your emergency operations plan is a high-level document. It will identify who is responsible for what. It won't be tactical information and tactical checklists and details. It will be the basis for those, however. So once we're done with this emergency operations plan, then it will be up to the individual divisions to then build their procedures and checklists to accomplish the roles and responsibilities that we detail in your EOP. So we'll really emphasize roles and responsibilities throughout this process in order to get the right level of information for your plan. And then we also just have this plan in place to be able to streamline your emergency operations, to have more effective and efficient operations. When your roles and responsibilities are clearly defined and everyone's been trained and exercised on a plan, your response is going to go much smoother naturally. So in order to, ensure that your emergency management program is trained up on their roles and responsibilities, we need to first detail these roles and responsibilities. So that's what we'll be doing. And then, like I said, the county, the state, and federal programs all take this all hazards and roles and responsibilities approach for emergency operations planning, and we'll be making sure to align your plan with each of these plans. We're just finishing up. EM Partners contracted with the county as well, with Wes and Tim and their team to do their EOP, and we'll be making your EOP modeled right in line with that so that it mirrors the true operational relationships that the county and the city have, as well as with state and federal guidance and plans as well. And ultimately, our goal in developing this EOP for you is to provide a document that helps city employees and partners, makes Flagstaff a safer place to be. So that's really the ultimate goal of this EOP, and your EM program is life safety for the city. And so we'll be achieving that with this plan. There's also one other point here with the EOP. There are certain grant eligibility requirements that require having an EOP in place for some of the federal emergency management grants and Homeland Security grants. So that will be a benefit of having this plan in place as well. So this graphic here shows what we're calling the planning universe. As part of the Coconino County's EOP update effort, we worked with their team to develop this, and their team developed this fantastic graphic that we're using to show where your EOP and where your emergency management efforts fit in the bigger picture of emergency management. So with this, you'll see representation of the phrase, which you've probably heard, incidents begin and end locally. And so what we represent here is the incident starting with the sun and then going out from the locals that would be responsible for managing and owning an incident, and then that county level of support, state support, and federal support. And with this, this is where we will align all of your planning efforts with the county, the state, and the federal efforts. And you have the benefit of having your plan will speak the same language as the county plan, as well as the state plan, as I was the author of both of those. So we'll be able to make these mesh very well. And you also see City of Sedona and City of Page on this graphic. Within Coconino County, these three local planets here are the ones that have their own standalone EOPs that are either in development or already established. All other jurisdictions incorporated within Coconino County fall under the county's EOP. So it's really great to see some of these local efforts kind of building more robust EM programs, and that really starts with this EOP effort. And then when you see the list on the right side of this graphic, starting with checklist, this really is kind of a representation of what each of these planets will have in support of emergency management programs. So starting with FEMA and the Presidential Policy Directive 8, which established the National Preparedness Goal, we have that as really the foundation for emergency management programs and planning. And then beyond that, each local, county, and state entity has their own policies, plans, procedures, and checklists in order to achieve that preparedness goal. And so, like I mentioned, this EOP will be that foundational piece for the city to start building their procedures and checklists on top of the plan in order to achieve overall the EOP roles and responsibilities that we'll outline. So we'll continue to use this graphic to represent, again, where the City of Flagstaff's EOP is in the larger scheme of things with emergency management. You won't have an EOP that's in a silo. We'll be developing this EOP to align with many other things that are out there in the emergency management space and representing those relationships that the city has with the county, the state, and with FEMA. So I'll give you a little bit of a project overview, just focusing on what our scope of work is for this EOP development project. Of course, our goal is to develop your all hazards roles and responsibilities document as your EOP for the city, and this will include division-specific annexes, which I'll talk a little bit more about in a few slides. But in order to achieve this goal, we've outlined objectives. We've started with kickoff meetings, which we're doing this month, both internally with the EM team and then here presenting to you all, and then we'll be presenting to the broader planning team next week as well. And with that, once we kick that off, we'll start working with the EM team to collect any existing policy or procedure documents that might have any tie to the EOP in order to make sure that we align with existing city documentation. We'll also conduct stakeholder interviews with key city leadership and division heads that we may need additional information from in order to document those roles and responsibilities that aren't documented yet. This third bullet here, EMAP, that's the Emergency Management Accreditation Program. So what that is an international accreditation program standard. It's a set of 66 standards that jurisdictions can use to assess their programs and gain accreditation. While the City of Flagstaff is not seeking this accreditation at this time, it's a great best practices tool for us. It has a very comprehensive list of items that should be included in an emergency operations plan, and we'll use that in order to incorporate those international best practices and lessons learned into your process and plan. And then we'll move into really the core of what this project will include is our planning meetings and workshops with our division heads and their teams and our overall planning team. And in doing that, we'll gather all the information that we need in order to develop a base plan, which will be the high-level roles and responsibilities and overall structure of your emergency operations, as well as those division-specific annexes, which will dig in a little bit deeper on those divisions-specific roles and responsibilities. And then towards the end, once we've developed the draft plan, we'll have a review period for this planning team to provide their feedback once again before we finalize the plan and bring it back to Mayor and Council for approval. So those are the steps that we'll take in order to achieve your EOP development. This is just an overview of the timeline that we're looking at. Our goal is to have this done by the end of this calendar year, but also recognizing that we don't know what the summer fire and flood season might bring, and we might have to adjust. So we'll be flexible with that. But what we're planning on, given that we'll not have any crazy disasters going on, starting the bulk of our work in July. That's when we'll really start digging in with the division heads and their teams and having planning workshops. All right, so to build off of the planning universe idea and this kind of list of planning guidance that's out there that we're going to align with, I mentioned the county EOP, which is being finalized now, up for approval by the board in, I believe, 2 weeks. And then also the state emergency response and recovery plan. We'll really be modeling your plan after these two documents primarily. And then that national preparedness goal within that establishes the 5 mission areas of emergency management.
Hang in there, Ashley.
All right, awesome. Let's see. We will also be identifying how operations are directed and controlled in an emergency and what those lines of communication and coordination are. In the base plan, we'll have a high-level description of roles and responsibilities and overall organization, and that'll be from the city and external partners. And then EOPs also include communications, logistics, and finance information that's necessary to implement the EOP. So some of those foundational supporting elements will be addressed as far as logistics and finance and communications. And then finally, the plan development and maintenance, which refers back to that preparedness cycle and how the city will plan to continually review and revise the plan and utilize it and make sure that it stays up to date and operational for all the partners involved. And then the key thing here also is this division annexes. So these will be dialing even more into roles and responsibilities for 6 divisions within the city that we've identified as coordinating divisions in working with emergency management. We've identified these 6 divisions here: community development, emergency management, parks and recreation, public affairs, public works, and water services. So these 6 were identified as necessary for having their own individual annexes in the EOP based on the capabilities, resources, and authorities that they bring to emergency response and recovery. And it's important to point out here, you're probably noticing police and fire are not here. This is because they already have roles and responsibilities very clearly defined in statute and ordinance and such. And so rather than repeating all of that in the EOP, we'll reference it back appropriately. And their roles and responsibilities will be included in the base plan at that higher level with that reference. So we're not duplicating information. And that also is good for maintenance. You're not having to update things in 2 places. You're just referencing back to the original document or statute or whatever the case may be when we're referring to those roles and responsibilities for some of those other key divisions. So just because a division's not on here doesn't mean they won't be mentioned in the plan, won't be part of the planning process. They absolutely will be. We recognize that all city divisions may have a role in emergency management, and the plan will speak to that. So with the development of these annexes for these 6 divisions, we really emphasize that these divisions will own their annexes and own what they put into them as far as their roles and responsibilities. We'll conduct workshops where we'll bring their leadership and team together and discuss what their roles and responsibilities look like during an emergency, and I'll have a document that's an outline of their annex up during the meeting, typing in what they're telling me as we're having the discussion. So it'll be an active planning workshop with each of these 6 divisions in order to codify what their roles and responsibilities are. And we'll have appropriate planning review after that for them to provide feedback based on what we develop together in those workshops. But if you represent or are part of the team for any of these 6 divisions, expect that we'll be reaching out to you in order to set up those planning meetings this summer in coordination with Daniel and Stacy with the EM team in order to codify your roles and responsibilities. And one other point on that, at the end of the planning process, once everyone has approved of what we have detailed in their annexes, we'll be presenting them with individual division promulgation pages. So in addition to mayor and council approving of the overall EOP, each of the divisions will have the opportunity to promulgate their specific roles and responsibilities that they've defined in their annex. We did this at the state level and also with the county, and it's a very successful way in which to get buy-in and make sure that we have approval from these division directors as to what their roles and responsibilities are and also what they're not. So they'll be very, they'll have every opportunity to make sure that they make these annexes their own and that they really represent their true operational capabilities and resources. So with that, I'll just go over really quickly what our next steps are. So after this, we'll have our initial planning team meeting with that broader planning team that I mentioned next Tuesday. We'll be going over a similar presentation with them and digging in a little bit more into what they can expect as far as what we'll be doing in their planning workshops with those 6 divisions. And what their opportunities will be for providing feedback and how we'll incorporate that feedback. We'll be working with the EM team on document review and forming the EOP outline based on the county and state plans and that federal guidance. And then we'll be digging into, in July, given we don't have any fires or floods going on, our stakeholder interviews in those division planning workshops. And like I mentioned, we'll be shooting for the end of this calendar year for a finalized plan. And with that, I'll open it to any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Comments or questions, council? I don't see any. Thank you.
Yeah,
Scott.
could you start over, please? I'll catch up to what I missed offline. No worries.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I was sitting here waiting for someone to talk, and then I realized it's me. Item number 4, Butler and Beaver Pilot Bike Program Update. Staff?
I think the file I saved got deleted, so I'm really happy the internet's back on because I'm able to access this. So let's go to slideshow. All right, good evening, Council. Thank you for this opportunity. My name's David Lemke. I'm a Transportation Engineer Associate here at the City, and tonight I will be presenting on the separated bicycle lanes Butler and Beaver pilot project with the help of Public Works, the Police Department, and the Fire Department. And with that, I'll go ahead and dive into it. So just for a little background, these pilot projects were recommended and in July 2021 after a citizen petition. They were completed in November 2021, and the design includes candlesticks and concrete barriers on Beaver Street and Butler Avenue in the boundaries shown. So the plan was to start with these two phases, Butler and Beaver, study, collect speed and volume data before and after, collects feedback from interested parties and citizens, determine maintenance and snow issue, how that will operate, maintenance during snowstorms, and review crashes, and determine other phases and next steps. So the first evaluation was in June 2022, and we reported on the performance of the pilot project to the Transportation Commission, the Bicycle Advisory Committee, and Council. And we reported on these following items: interested party input. There were general concerns for winter maintenance and narrow lanes. Bicycle usage remained constant or had a slight decrease. Vehicle speeds and volumes remained constant. Crashes at that time, no serious or fatal crashes had been reported. And from the community survey, there was generally negative for drivers, split for bicyclists, and winter maintenance was a big concern overall. Transportation Commission and staff recommended to remove the delineators from Butler and stripe a buffer and keep Beaver the way it was. At the time, that was the recommendation. The Bicycle Advisory Committee recommended keeping Butler and Beaver for at least 1 full year for further data collection and review with small modifications. And the result of that evaluation, Council ultimately felt there had been insufficient time to decide to remove the project, for it had only been in effect for about 6 months and hadn't experienced a very harsh winter. And so they directed staff to keep both Beaver and Butler's separated lanes for further data collection. And that brings us to today for the second evaluation, where we will look at interested party input, bicycle volumes, and crash data. And actually here, I'm going to hand it off to Sam Beckett.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. We appreciate you having us here tonight to discuss this pilot project. Some of the pieces I'm going to focus on here, really the maintenance aspect of it. I always like to preface it with, there's nothing pretty about maintenance. It's one of those things, if we do our job well, you never see us, you never hear about us. So ultimately, there's a lot of work that goes in the back end to keep up with different items, and every new infrastructure brings its own challenges, many of which we adapt to, many of which we still work through. So some of the key takeaways, in particular, we're going to start off here with winter operations. We're just kind of hitting the high points here. Most of you have already heard about this. I know there's been a lot of public feedback, but road narrowing and the loss of lanes, travel lanes on a pretty main thoroughfare through Flagstaff was a big issue for us. And from the public perception, I can't speak to that, but from the operations perspective, it really put some of our operations in kind of a unique situation where the lanes have kind of blurred and lost, and now we have people trying to pass our snow operations. We ran into a lot of issues with some significant close calls. We also saw a lot of failures. We saw massive failures in the infrastructure itself through the winter time. Unfortunately, as we see, there was a significant amount of strikes on the infrastructure, taking off the candlesticks or the delineators that kind of stand up to mark them. And then after that, the curbs were just kind of buried in snow. So it was really tough to see that infrastructure. We also ran into some weird nuances now that this is our second winter we've gone through with this infrastructure and understanding the plowing operations. Some of the issues we worked through were a lot of the commercial and residential snowplow operations that would push snow back into this infrastructure. It takes the snow operations team about 2.5 to 3 hours to make one pass through this infrastructure. It takes 2 vehicles working in tandem. One vehicle helps clear out the busted curbs so we don't destroy a snow blower, which did happen once. So we went down to 1 snow blower, and it's still down as we speak. So we run dual apparatus to keep the process up and moving. So if somebody were to come back and plow out their driveway, it's a minimum 3-hour turnaround before they get back there to open that back up. And then again, the big piece here is we ran into very significant situations where we even had a couple operators asked to be moved off of that route due to the dangerous narrowing of the roadways, and the traffic continued to attempt to pass those vehicles, putting them in kind of bad situations. Some of the pieces we'll go through here are just what they dealt with in the field. So again, we talked about it here, struggles of the snow operations, the near misses, the icy road conditions. This is something that we weren't expecting as much, but we saw it a little bit last year and thought it was kind of an anomaly, and then we realized this year it's not. The transition of not only putting the infrastructure in place, but transitioning the snow operations away from where the city drainage infrastructure is designed to handle it has created this runoff effect from snow being stored in the center of the road. So now we have water running back across the road, which increased our...
Some of the challenges we've seen at the police department are more specific to Butler Avenue than Beaver. But along Butler, so you have the barriers there. So when our police officers are running code to an injury, accident, or a crime in progress, they're running lights and siren, probably the same for the fire department. They're just, with those barriers there, there's no way for the motoring public to get over to the side to let you through. So it results in delayed response times for us. I'm sure the ambulance companies are seeing the same thing. I don't know if they've reached out to us to let us know. And then the other problem we see with the challenges of yielding is when we do funeral escorts. Both our funeral houses are kind of on the east side of town. Both our cemeteries are on the west side of town. So there's 2 ways to get there. Either you're on Route 66 or you're on Butler. And again, there's just no way, even outside of the winter, for the motoring public to get over and let you through. It's also harder for vehicles pulling trailers to navigate on Butler. A lot of times they have to pull out far into the far lane and they swing wide, and usually the back end of those trailers get hung up on those barriers as they're making right turns onto Butler or when they're trying to get into the turn lane. Obviously it's harder for semi-tractor trailers because they're the longest, but it's still a challenge. And then specific to the winter, what we saw was the snow and ice build up on top of the barriers, caused narrowing of the roadway. And at many times, Butler was down to 1 lane in certain shaded spots. So you'd have 2 cars going side by side. All of a sudden, it drifts down to 1 lane, or they get up on that ice, and then they slide together, and then we have a side swipe collision of both vehicles going the same direction. Almost happened to me once as well, but I was able to narrowly miss. And then drivers running over the barriers due to poor visibility. They can't see during the storm. They don't realize how close they are, or they're semi-buried with snow, and they just drive over them, not realizing them there. They're there because they're from out of town, and they're trying to get into Dutch Brothers. Again, Beaver Street's not as bad as Butler. Butler seems to be the bigger issue and the bigger challenge for us at the police department. And with that, I'll turn it over to Deputy Chief Chris Fennell with the fire department to take their slide.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So yeah, from the fire department perspective, we have the same thing as the police department. Our biggest issue is whenever we're trying to go through those areas with lights and siren on, it's the traffic doesn't have any place to go, and the drivers are really confused about where they should go. And so it leads to waiting until there's green lights or something for them to be able to move and find a spot to get out of the road. And then some of the openings, whenever you look at the picture of the truck, they're usually about 8 feet wide, about 30 feet long. And so trying to get into some of the openings on Butler, especially turning into the Dutch Bros parking lot, our trucks are not able to get in there without clipping the sides of those concrete barriers. So usually we take one of the alternate routes to get into that parking lot. And it does lead to a little bit of a delayed response time for that. So those would be our main concerns coming from the fire department. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that input. I'm going to pick it back up here with a breakdown of costs. So this table is just a breakdown of singular cost items, things like installations, purchasing new equipment, things like that. And that totaled to about $1 million. The two salmon-colored columns, the first one represents like the first update we did, the first winter, and that was about $50,000. And the third column, April, is the next winter, and that's was about $100,000. And so the grand total we've paid is about $1.2 million up to this point. And on this next slide, so this previous winter resulted in maintenance costs rising from $51,000 to $109,000, an increase of about $58,000. And this doesn't include the additional cost estimate of $200,000 to bring the infrastructure back to its original conditions. As you can see in these pictures, after all the strikes, there is a lot of room for improvement to bring them back to original conditions. Next, I want to talk about bicycle volumes on these roads. That was one thing we were interested before and after studying the bicycle volumes. And in this table, the blue column represents our before volumes that we collected, and the three, like the orange, gray, and yellow columns are the after volumes we've collected. And we've noticed, or we found, that counts have generally either been consistent or decreased. The first group of columns is for Beaver Street, and you can tell we actually saw a little increase the next time we did a study, but then in March, in the gray column, we saw a significant decrease, but we attribute that mostly to the weather. And then it came right back up when we reevaluated it in April for the yellow for Beaver, but the second groups of columns is Butler, and we've mostly seen that bicycle volumes there have had a slight decrease since the barriers have been installed. And that brings us to crash data. So this first group of data I'll show you is from the Arizona Crash Information System, which at this time is only fully fleshed out until June 2022. So we looked from December to June for the past 10 years, and just to get a feel for how the crashes are comparing historically. And we noticed on Beaver Street, things have been about the same as far as total crashes, and as far as serious and fatal crashes, bike crashes, everything seems pretty consistent. But for Butler Avenue crashes, we did notice there was an increase in crashes along that corridor since the barriers have been installed. There was one serious vehicle crash, one pedestrian incident, but no serious or fatal ped and bike incidents. And this is just a graphical representation of that increase in total crashes. And so we thought, okay, what type of crashes are occurring? Is this just people hitting the barriers, or is there something more? And so we dove into that data and took a look at what types are occurring. And I put a red box around the types that are most significant. Side swipe, same direction. We've seen an increase of 6 this year compared to the average. Also single vehicle crashes increased by 6, and also rear ends, and there was a modest increase in other crashes. So we realized it's not just vehicles hitting the curbs, it's also vehicles being in incidents with other vehicles, things like that. And so then we reached out to the police department to fill in that final 6 months of June to have a full year. And so then we looked at the full year total crashes, including bikes, peds, and serious and fatals. And we did notice that looking at the full year, we also saw a significant increase in total crashes. The bike crashes have stayed about the same on Butler.
I prefer to take my chances and know how to keep up with traffic if I need to. When I can't do that, I find routes that are safer. But going to the chief's comments, the barriered bike lanes hold debris, and they hold debris for most of the winter and into the spring. They are now seeing some removal of that. I prefer not to ride on that. So I will go to places where there might be a marked bike lane that gets swept right along with the driving lanes. West Avenue is my go-to when I'm going into the city. I live 6 miles east. It's a 6-mile commute. I take Linda Vista to west. I cross 66 with a light, and I'm on a raised, detached bike lane all the way into the city. It's as safe as can be. I won't ride Beaver because it's just not my preferred route, and I won't ride Butler because it is congested and speedy. So it serves little purpose for me to talk about those. I avoid them as a cyclist. I wanted to share those comments with you, and thanks for letting me not just speak as your manager, but offering some comments as a fellow cyclist. Thank you.
Thank you. So you referenced that the lanes are narrower, and I know when the curbs were put down, they were put down outside of the existing bike lanes, correct? So how much of the vehicle lanes were taken up? Like how much narrower, I guess, is what I'm getting at, are the two lanes?
I'm gonna go off of memory because I haven't looked at those plans in a year and a half or so. But as I mentioned, we're gonna go with 11-foot lanes in this future configuration, roughly, plus the gutter pan and the yellow buffer. We get a little below that in some sections of Butler with the current configuration with the barriers, and we may be just slightly bigger in some areas as well. But you're right, the way you described it. We had a 4 or 4.5 foot bike lane, and we tried to maintain that width. Then we put the barrier in, and then we added the white stripe and then the cars. So we did take all of the space out of the vehicle side of Butler.
And roughly how much was that?
Yeah, I mean, I think the travel lanes got 6 inches narrower, maybe 3/4 of a foot in some places. It just depends where you're at.
And the difficulty with the emergency vehicles, I mean, it seems to me on any road and there's an emergency vehicle coming up, people in the left lane are supposed to slow down and pull behind the car that's in the right lane. So can you help me understand how that changes with this configuration?
You're wanting to compare and contrast the current situation versus what our proposed future situation is, or the old no barrier to the new barrier?
Whichever.
Okay.
In any 2-lane road, if there's an emergency vehicle coming up behind you, the person in the left lane is supposed to move over to the right lane to give that left lane to the emergency vehicle, correct?
That's correct. And then you're supposed to get to the far right as a driver. And in a normally City of Flagstaff configured street, we have that 18-inch gutter pan. There's usually 4.5 feet of bike lane. And most of a car actually fits in the bike lane and curb and gutter section, so they just stick out into the road a little bit. That's typical. The barriers and the narrowed lanes have created the situation where there is, well, you don't have the bike lane to get into anymore, and it's a very narrow lane to begin with. I think the winter really exacerbated that because, as the chief described, there was that mound of snow on the barrier that we couldn't quite get to, and then we were plowing to the middle, and that didn't quite hold all the snow either, so we were super skinny.
So you were seeing it more in the winter than without snow?
I'll get some help here.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. Both winter and summer, because with the barriers, they can't pull into that bike lane, so you can't yield over to the right. So you're stuck. That vehicle in the right lane can't get over, so the one in the left lane can't get over. So no one just can move at all, unless, especially if they're all sitting behind a red light.
Okay.
But definitely worse in the winter. But even in the summer, with the barriers intact, no one can pull over to the side.
Okay. Thank you. And Sam, you said that there's been a massive increase in complaints. Do you know how many? Or do you know how many you had before and what the percentage increase is?
So we do keep track of that through a spreadsheet. We try and input that into our system cartograph. What we can do is, if desired, we could try and pull out all of those requests. Do note that we were receiving about 400 calls a week through the winter, so vetting through that will take us some time.
Okay, well, that's helpful.
Yeah.
Just knowing that volume. And would you say it was evenly split between cyclists and motorists, or more motorists?
You know, surprisingly enough, we heard a lot from our cycling community. I was surprised we didn't hear as much from our motoring community. I think many of the locals have tried to adapt. We ran into a lot of issues with, you know, we are a town that promotes and thrives off of tourism, and tourists just don't adapt to new infrastructure because they're here for a moment. So we kind of expected to see more on that end, but frankly, we heard a lot and saw a lot from our cycling community. In particular, it was just it was a maintenance issue with the current infrastructure. Yeah, it was just an unfortunate situation.
Okay. And the elevated bike lanes, what does snow removal look like?
So the goal on this, and they can correct me if I'm wrong here, but once they transition over to this raised system, we would have to find a way. It would most likely wind up with our, and I don't want to throw Rebecca's team under the bus here, but we're having those conversations of which group would maintain that. Streets doesn't really have the equipment to plow those separated bike lanes, so we'd have to find a funding source to help parks be able to continue that maintenance in areas where it's currently, you know, the ownership of the current resident or business owner who does the maintenance. But there would have to be something on that side of it. And then from the street side, we would go back to the standard plow operations, which would meet the city's current drainage infrastructure and reduce, you know, the ice impacts on the roadways. We would wind up with snow kind of stored where you see that bicycle symbol on there. With that said, you would have about a truck width and a plow width on the other side of the berm for both cycling and pedestrians. So it kind of gives you a snow storage area where it removes some of that from the street. We can keep, hopefully, the lanes widths on the street, but ultimately there would be some space that's designed to kind of capture some snow in there. On the
And then
raised.
you're looking at a truck with a smaller plow on the front, and then actually removing the snow from the bike lane and the sidewalk.
You know, we haven't had the discussions that far on it yet. Right now, we're still trying to figure out what the design would be, and if we make it that far. We know we have the storage capacity. Snow removal is a bigger operation. It depends on who's managing that operation, but ultimately it takes 10-wheel dump trucks. The 10-wheel dump trucks in the streets department are fully dressed for snow operations. It takes them a full day to take those back down to a point where you can haul snow. So that's where you see those delay and hauling out of snow. Crews will plow 24 hours a day until it stops, and they'll come straight back in, and they'll work to try and disassemble many of the trucks so they actually have capacity to haul snow operations. And then we only do snow operations in the overnight hours, 1 for traffic and 2 for parking. It allows us to work without cars parked in the roadway, and it allows us to be more effective in our operations. Our daytime operations are just much less effective with the amount of vehicles moving around on the roads.
Okay,
I hope that kind of answered it.
It did. Thank you. Council, do you have any additional? Councilmember Harris.
Just for clarification, because I'm a really visual person. So is the raised bike lanes, is that similar to what's on the NAU campus in front of the cemetery going down San Francisco, where there's a bike, and so it's similar to that? Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions before I open it up to public comment? Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted to speak. I know you asked about complaints, and I could speak to what we've heard on the transportation side, if you'd like. So we've had, since the last update in June 2022, we've had 19 people reach out either through phone call or through email. 3 of those concerns, or not concerns, people who reached out were in favor of the bike lanes, like, hey, these are great, let's keep them. And the other 16 were people who were disapproved of the bike lanes. They wanted them removed. A portion of them, I'd say mostly, were drivers. There were some bicyclists, but a portion of them had damaged their vehicle on the barriers, so they're telling us about that. about some of the damage, and just overall wanted to remove them. So that's just kind of what we've seen on our side.
Thank you. So the 400 phone calls that you referenced, Sam, that was that just for?
No, so I apologize for the confusion there. That's just the call volume that we were receiving this winter. Like I said, I was talking about the filtration to get down to those. So I know many of them came through, unfortunately, the mayor and council's email, and I do appreciate all the questions and you know, the willingness to understand the operation. But we had that plus on our side. It was significant.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm going to have public comment now. Kathy Armstrong. Dre.
Thank you, council, mayor, staff, especially staff. Thank you so much for all that information. I know we all have a lot to decide on, a lot of considerations to take in, how we do stuff, what we do. I guess part of what I've been thinking about this whole situation is reactive versus proactive. I feel like much of Flagstaff's pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure often becomes reactive. It's like we got the Matt Kelly pedestrian overpass at Buffalo Park after somebody lost their lives. We're getting safety intersections at Beaver and Butler, San Fran and Butler after somebody lost their life. That's 2 years coming up this Friday, so, you know, big memorial to Joanna Wheaton, who was an unfortunate person who had to suffer from vehicular violence on our streets. Are these barriers the best use? Maybe not. Again, reactivity. It's quick, it's scrambling to do something, whereas the proactivity is let's wait, let's see what happens. I know we're talking about pilot programs and giving us information to decide more, but I think taking them out 100% completely before we have a plan of what we're going to do also is a disservice to the community. So whatever that middle ground looks like, we just need to have that consideration. And saying that my great aunt used to love is el flojo trabaja doble. So if you're lazy, you either work twice or you work twice as hard. So when we don't do things right the first time, this is where we're at. When we don't consider that pedestrians and cyclists are a healthy and viable and something we want to support and promote, then we're always just trying to retrofit for vehicles. And it's always vehicles. It's always 75% of the pie chart of funding is for cars. And then you get this little bit of space and little bit of funding consideration for pedestrian and cyclists. Well, let's go look at heat maps. What are your heat maps of pedestrians in Flagstaff? I was just walking over at the start of council, and there was a bunch of pedestrians in a park, and a bunch of pedestrians downtown, and a bunch of pedestrians walking from north side to south side to the university, always, because we have a university here, and yet we barely are doing things to protect and promote pedestrians and cyclists in those heavily pedestrian traffic areas. So I would just say, if whatever your consideration is, the funding be for the majority of users, which is pedestrians and cyclists, because everyone in a car, when you get out of a car, if you're lucky, you're a pedestrian. If you're lucky, you get to walk. And so every driver is a walker as well. Every driver is a pedestrian or a cyclist.
Susan Heffley. Thank you.
Sorry I didn't get the memo that all transportation people were supposed to be wearing white checked button-down shirts. What else? I'm Susan Heffley. I am chair of the Flagstaff Bicycle Advisory Commission. I'm also a lifetime cyclist. I also am, I work at the bike shop, BC Mundo and Southside. I live up north. So I bike every day, and it's what keeps me healthy and happy. Our bike commission, I want to speak partly in terms for the bike commission and partly on my own. First, the bike commission. We were all shocked and disappointed when 6 months ago they said, we want to take these curbs and candlesticks out. It's a new project. Somebody had to die for it. We want to see something positive happen from this. Then 6 months later, again, the city wants to remove the first big thing that the city has done to show all the city Flagstaff, the cyclists, that they support us and that we want to be held safe. Change is hard. This project was put in place without any education. That makes it that much harder. The curbs and candlesticks should not be removed until an acceptable alternative is in place. Not the funding secured, but is in place, because in other words, people are going to be left without anything. Our goal, and I expect it is yours as well, is to get the bulk of the cyclists that want to ride a bike but are nervous, and in most cities this is about 60% of the travelers, that they want a bike but they are nervous. They're not aggressive bicyclists. They're not part of that upper level of people that will bike no matter the weather, no matter the conditions, and that probably includes our city manager as well. So it's luring these 60% onto our infrastructure that is going to help Flagstaff meet its carbon neutrality goals. It's meet the climate change emergency declaration. This is important. This is really important. And cyclists could be helping us solve so many problems if we can get it right. The barriers are inconvenient for a lot of people, but they're also very convenient, and they help that 60% who are nervous find a place that they're comfortable riding. We urge that if you can't keep those, then you wait till we get the funding to bring in the raised sidewalks, or at least have buffers with some sort of rumble strip or rumble strip light that will tell cars they're not in their right place anymore. We always talk about convenience for cars, or that's what seems to be the main thing that keeps coming down, is convenience for cars and being used to that. The main thing we need is a speed limit to control traffic on Butler.
Thank you, Susan. Sorry, your time's up.
35 is too fast.
Adam Shimoni.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, city leadership, city staff, members of the public. I did get the memo about the shirts, and I am in theme. Good to be here. I am speaking on behalf of Flagstaff Biking Organization right now, which is wrapping up our Bike to Work Month, which was a huge success. And ironically, we're talking about removal of separated bike lanes. And so I did get the opportunity to ride those bike lanes this morning, Chief, and they were nice, they were clear, they were maintained. I could say I would recommend that we clear those one more time, but I think we're good for the next 2-3 months. City Manager, I'd invite you to ride them as well, because I really enjoyed it. All the cars, no one was swerving into my lane, in front, behind, next to me. They were all staying 2 feet away from those barriers, and I felt protected. I really did. And I spoke to numerous cyclists who agreed and said, I can't believe that council is considering removing these. I said, yeah, staff's recommending it, right? So I would say that this has been a successful pilot with challenges, and significant challenges, specifically around maintenance. FBO fully supports the city's future plans for the Butler pilot lanes and the 2 intersections. FBO also supports the city identifying funding for these projects wherever the funds may come up from, whether it's grant or internally. We support you all finding those funds. FBO also supports the Bicycle Advisory Committee's passionate recommendation that you don't remove these and keep them until funding is located and secured. By the way, the Transportation Commission met before the Bike Advisory Committee met, which is supposed to report to the Transportation Commission. So it was a little bit backwards, and the Transportation Commission made a decision without hearing from the BAC first. So I do wonder if that would have impacted their decision. The lanes are not perfect, and improvements can be made, but the separation is a massive step in the right direction for safety, comfort, for design for 8-year-olds to 80-year-olds. City manager, now all of us can take the lane and ride with traffic, and that we're within the 1% category of comfortable riders out there, right? But the grandparent or the child, they can't do that. And those are also values of Vision Zero and the big shift, ATMP, traffic demand management, alleviating congestion. You know, further investing in these separations is a lot cheaper than building more roads for cars. We talk about $50,000 and say, oh, $50,000, $100,000 is expensive for maintenance. Well, what about a $50 million project further building for the car? That's expensive, not the small amount for maintenance. That's really a drop in the bucket, in my personal opinion. So buffered bike lanes are not protected, and they're not protecting riders. And they often are used as dumping grounds for snow maintenance throughout the winter. Look at the bike lanes on 4th Street. They are not maintained at all and are full of cinders. I have so much more to say, and I'm running out of time. The data is confusing. Maintenance has been challenging, and I did appreciate the improvements. Mayor and Council, I am out of time, but I have so much more to say. If anyone has any questions, I would so appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Tyler Denham.
Hello, Mayor and Council members. My name is Tyler Denham. I'm speaking today as a private citizen. I'm very interested in this agenda item because I live in Southside and commute often along Butler. My experience with the protected bike lanes has been mostly positive. I feel much safer riding along that portion of Butler. My personal preference would actually be to extend the lanes down the 4th Street so I could be protected for the entirety of my commute. That said, I understand there are maintenance issues and staff recommends taking down the protected lanes and implementing a raised sidewalk design. I wholeheartedly agree that a raised sidewalk design is the gold standard solution, but I'm concerned about the potential length of time before it's implemented, during which there will be no protection at all. If you decide to take down the protected lanes, I would ask that you delay the takedown as long as possible. My understanding is that most of the maintenance issues arise during the winter anyways, and which we just came out of. In addition to that ask, I have 2 questions for city staff stemming from the prior commission meetings, and I do apologize if these were covered during the staff presentation and Q&A. I was trying to follow along with the live stream, but the internet outage. 1, part of the justification for removing the protected lanes is an increase in car crashes, 22 more than the average. What was the nature of those crashes? Were they single vehicle crashes causing only property damage or multi-vehicle crashes, ones with serious injuries? I ask because the former group is expected when the lanes are working correctly, whereas before a vehicle would swerve into the bike lane, potentially taking out a cyclist, now the vehicle bumps into the lanes. It's a feature, not a bug. 2, at the last commission meeting, there was a question about installing cheap plastic bollards as a gap solution. They provide more of a visual cue to drivers than the painted lanes, and though they won't physically stop vehicles, they at least provide an auditory cue when swerving into the bike lane. This idea was shot down supposedly because it was tried before and the bollards never lasted more than a week due to vehicles constantly knocking them down by swerving into the bike lane. That line was sort of deeply concerning to me, and I would appreciate more information on that. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Tyler. Staff, I was a little unclear about the accidents as well. I wrote down just cars hitting curbs or bike car accidents. And your table didn't show any, I think there was maybe one injury accident. Can you go over this again?
Sure, yes, I'd be happy to. So for the crashes, all I'll start with this table here. This is for the full year of data. So we used Arizona Crash Information System for the first 6 months, and then police data for the next 6 months. And we looked at total crashes first, and we did see there that there was an increase in total crashes. I know there's been questions, okay, like what was the types of crashes that occurred? And for this data, we were able to suss out if it was a bike crash. So of those 107 crashes in 2022, 3 of them reported had bicycles involved. 3 of them involved pedestrians. 1 was a serious injury crash, and there's no fatalities. And so we compared these to the years previously. So if we look at serious injury in particular, it kind of tracks with what we've seen in the past. There's about 1 to 3 serious injury crashes. So we didn't really see an increase in severity since the barriers have been installed, but we did see an increase in frequency of crashes. And that still we felt was alarming or was a concern. And so with the police crash data, we didn't have the time to suss out the type of collisions that were occurring, if it was single vehicle, rear end, things like that. But for the Arizona Crash Information System data, we were able to look at crash types, and we found that it wasn't just single vehicles hitting the curbs. It was a combination of that plus other incidents. So we saw an increase in single vehicle crashes, rear ends, and side swipes. And the police department has also touched on why side swipes could be occurring with the narrowing of the lanes. Does that help?
It does. Can you go back one slide? Is there a difference in the data collection between what you typically use for data collection and then using data from the police? Could that account for the difference between 55 and 107?
That is a really good question. So there is, I would say, maybe a slight difference for the Arizona Crash Information System. That includes data also from the county and from the Department of Public Safety. But I'm talking with the police department. They told me that the majority of crashes occurring on Butler would be reported by PD, but there might be a few that are missing. But I think the most clear way to kind of look at the trends is this graph here only looks at ACIS data. And when we're looking just at that data without including the police, we saw a similar trend that crashes doubled. And that's why I wasn't surprised when we looked at the police data, even though it's not from the Arizona Crash Information System. It still matched the trend we saw from the data we normally use. And maybe Chief Musselman can speak more to the nature between those two systems.
Well, I think the other difference is when you only looked at 6 months, right? And so that's why his data, this is 6 months of data, whereas this is the whole year. That's why the numbers are that much different. Does that make sense? I'm not sure if that was your question. That's the way I understood it.
It was the other slide that I was looking at when I asked whether difference in data collection could account for the difference between 2021 and 2022.
I don't think so. The only thing we can't tell, like it says 3 bike crashes, are those bike versus vehicle or bike crashing on its own? That I don't know. So I don't know if you can speak to that or no.
I'd say to answer your question, and we'll know this soon because the Arizona Crash Information data should be up to date for the full year of 2022 in the next month or two. I think it'll be completely updated by July. But from what we've seen, looking at the 6 months with ACIS data and looking at what's reported by the police, I think the only real difference we'd see is if there might have been like a county or DPS crash that we might have missed in recording. But I think that the change is very small compared to the police data, to the ACIS data. So I think the police data is reliable and it is showing what's happening on the roads, which is an increase in collisions.
Okay, thank you. So we have a Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just start by saying that I greatly appreciated the comments from the city manager and what I am affectionately referring to as the cyclist manager when you took off your city manager hat, and the perspective that your comments brought to the conversation. I still feel some hesitancy and when it comes to just removing the pilot altogether before we have the grant funding secured or certainty of our capacity to move forward with the elevated lanes. I do appreciate the shift in language to transitioning versus replacing. I think that is significant because it tells us that we're on a path, not at an end point. My concern is wanting to ensure that we carry through that transition to those elevated lanes rather than risking transitioning away from the pilot and not being able to fulfill that aspect. I think two questions that I would bring is if we're removing the pilot for the interim, if there is capacity to consider anything that could impact the safety of those lanes in the interim. For example, if we were to input some sort of infrastructure or a temporary measure that would serve as a buffer and protective element versus simply relying on a painted line, or if we would look at potential for reduced speeds along the roadway in the interim until we have the determination of the certainty of the grant funding, any sort of measure that puts actual protective elements in during that interim period. I agree and I appreciate the answers that were given on the question of the impacts and what was causing some of those increases in incidents that we were seeing. And particularly when it comes to the impact for public safety vehicles and emergency vehicles being able to navigate through, I think that's something that needs to be taken into consideration as well. All I really want to ensure, though, is that we do not overlook the opportunity that we may have to input something that continues that even perception of safety. I personally feel that if the bike rider feels safer, then we are moving in the right direction. But I want to ensure that we are really moving in the right direction and continuing that focus and that shifted mindset towards bike and pedestrian safety without losing sight of that as our goalpost. And if we are truly moving in the direction of the big shift, then I just want to keep that in mind as we move forward with this, whatever direction we go in, to ensure that we are keeping those things in mind. So thank you.
Thank you. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. With my earlier comments, I did not mean to leave any impression that I'm, an avid cyclist or one that rides during bad weather. There was probably a time where I did that, and I really don't do it anymore. I'm a fair weather cyclist. I just wanted to share with you some of my philosophies as a cyclist and things that I consider to be dangerous. And nor did I want to leave an impression that, barriered lanes don't afford any protection. I think they do. I'm not sure we got this one completely right, but it was a pilot project. But I will state again, just to emphasize, in the area where you have a lot of side traffic, turning traffic, and driveways, I think the fragmented nature of the barriers that we have is not serving its purpose as intended. That's my firm belief. And I would avoid that. If I'm riding on streets like that, I'm not thinking about getting sideswiped by somebody behind me. Not at all. I'm thinking that somebody turning left hastily to get through traffic is not looking for a cyclist. Or somebody backing out of a driveway is not looking for a cyclist. Or perhaps there's a trash can. 2 days a week, I see those. Those are the obstructions and the real risks, I think, that occur. There's, of course, other risks, but I think those are the ones that I, as an occasional cyclist, am most aware of. It's difficult for me to suggest we take everything out and view this as a failure. I stopped short of saying that I viewed it as a failure before. I don't think it's a successful pilot project. If council is inclined to do something until we have the raised bike lane arrangement that I think we're all going to be extremely happy with, my suggestion is we make some modifications to what we have, not to incur more expense, but to remove portions of this bike pilot project that I don't think are working very well. There may be segments that could be left intact that are doing a better job of serving their purpose. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Harris and then Councilmember Sweet.
Okay, so I'm going to take a little bit different turn. People are smiling at me out there. And please hear this in the spirit that it's given, okay? So we're caught between a rock and a hard place. We encourage tourists to come here. We have a whole division that says, tourists, 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 come, 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 okay? Most of those tourists are coming from larger communities, and their bike culture is not the same as our bike culture. So one of the things that we ought to be thinking about is how do we work with hotels and other motels or whoever to get people on shuttles? Because if we can get more people off of our streets, and those of us who live here, yeah, we kind of have to drive because that's what it is. Well, yeah, I do because I don't ride. I'm not going to ride Butler, so let's not even have that conversation, or Milton or any of those other places. But why don't we try to work with those people to get them off of our streets because they don't know where they're going. You know, they're getting lost. They're trying to do GMAP or whatever to get wherever it is that they want to go. And so that may be causing us some problems. Now, that does not mean that we're not going to try and figure this problem out, so don't hear that. But in the meantime, I'm trying to get us to think about things with a two-pronged approach. The idea is to get more cars off the streets so that our cyclists and our pedestrians could maybe be a little bit safer, especially from people who don't know where they're going and do not know how to navigate our city. So just think about that. Maybe a biking group, or maybe an economic development group. Maybe biking people might have more weight than our economic development, because you all have some national organizations that y'all could reach out to help you with this campaign. What I would like for us to do is to consider, and somebody just said it, about what parts of that biking with the cones are working good, better, and which ones maybe we're having some difficulty. Because when I ride up and down Butler, I do see there are missing pieces, you know, and so maybe we take those out and we leave the ones that are up. I'm not sure what that is, but I'm also not in favor of taking everything out and leaving nothing. We can try and figure this out. But I think the other, also working with trying to get cars off the street, especially our tourists, especially in the summertime, would at least help us to feel that we're making some progress, you know, and so, and I don't know if we've had that conversation or not, but that's my little 2 cents, and that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet and then Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, and thank you for those comments. I think that's some good ideas. Okay, I want to go through my experience a little bit. I started out this conversation a couple of years ago, and I had gotten an electric bike, and at first I liked the pilot project, and I was riding in it, and I have transitioned into a road bike. I'm training for something right now, and I ride it quite often, and I find myself not wanting to ride in the lanes because or the bike lanes because of all the cinders and because of the debris and the trash cans. Now, I take my bike and I actually go out to Lake Mary because there's less debris, less cinders. I feel better, and there's no barrier for me to be in. But yet I still feel a lot safer out there. To piggyback on that, I was on Butler a couple of weeks ago, and I saw an older woman pull out of a driveway, and she hit one of the cement barriers with the candlestick, and I watched it with my own eyes, and I saw it happen. So I think there's a lot of flaws in this pilot program. I'm on Beaver quite a bit, and I see that it's not really working there either. However, I don't want us to go backwards. I am very supportive of bike and ped safety, and I don't really know what the answer is. I know we're trying to get a grant, and I think that when we find out if we get that grant, we should have a very big discussion. If we get it, great. We know what we need to do. If we don't get it, we're going to have some tough decisions to make for our bike and ped safety. So I do agree with City Manager that maybe making some modifications between now and when we find out about the grant would make some sense, and maybe not incurring any more costs at this point, but making the modifications, making sure that we're moving forward and keeping things going. But I just don't see the clear future for this, but I do believe in bike and ped, and I'm just giving you my experience with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. I too don't want to feel like we're going backwards. I think the biggest problem area is in front of Sawmill. It's very confusing to turn in, out, to get in and out. And I think that, the accident reports kind of speak for themselves, that just people don't navigate, whether they're tourists or I still have issues deciding on where I'm turning in. I did notice on the 17 with all the potholes that on a temporary fix they have reduced speed limits so you don't blow out your tire and have a big wreck. So, maybe some solution is taking out those sections that are just too problematic between pedestrians, bikes, and vehicles, and having, I don't know if it's possible, but having little flashing lights to reduce speed during that time, to slow things down, because I know that's part of the problem, although, Butler is a main artery, and so a permanent slowdown I don't think is the answer, because we do have a lot of traffic on that. I'm on that all the time. If we don't get the grant, I think we do need to make some very hard choices on where we're spending our money. I mean, we just signed a contract for several $1 million on something that is something very desirable for a lot of people in the city, but I would put ped and bike safety over that. And so I think that first we need to do city management well first, if we have to make a choice over then some things that are goals that may or may not move a needle. So I think when that decision comes in, that's a really hard conversation that I will want to make, because I look at unfunded projects and I look at issues like this, and we talk about it's costing us $100,000 or $50,000 or $1 million, and we can't do it because it's too expensive, and then we signed a $4 million contract for something that wasn't as critical as I realize that it's critical, but not like this. And so that's a future conversation. So I think there's some compromise here. Clearly, we haven't improved safety on the bike and ped situation with this pilot program, but I think that it's still valuable in some areas, like City Manager suggested. Sawmill is, I think, a nightmare, and I don't think anybody would disagree with that, but maybe just on that one section, having some blinking lights and slowing traffic down in the interim until we get the raised bike path might be something that's palatable and something we can get around. So that's my suggestion.
Thank you. All right, I have a couple of suggestions. I would like us, and council has asked about this previously, and we've talked about this previously, is reducing the speed limit on Butler permanently. It goes from, 35 to 40, and I don't know if there's any other area of town where the speed limit is 40. Perhaps there is. I can't think of any right now. But lowering the speed limit isn't going to necessarily back up traffic, and it makes pedestrians and cyclists and motorists safer. I'm wondering if maybe we keep the barriers for a year and reassess, or keep them. I think I'm hearing different versions of this with council members, so I'm open for discussion of this about whether we reevaluate in a year or keep it until we hear about the grant. And one other thing is, I'm wondering if, as a compromise, we could agree that snow removal in these lanes is going to be delayed. So rather than delaying snow removal elsewhere, which sounds like it has been a problem, if we could agree that delaying snow removal for a day or two in these lanes would be something that would work for all. And I'm wondering, in terms of whether we pull out some of the barriers in certain areas. I mean, maybe this is a conversation that staff has with the BAC and the Transportation Commission to come to some sort of compromise over where they could be taken out or where they need to stay. Same goes for delaying snow removal, whether that, I mean, I just throw that out there, but I'd like to hear from a broader portion of our, I don't want it to just come from me. I'd like to hear from other people about whether they think that that is a viable option. Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe I'm in agreement with you on most of that. I definitely agree with taking this back to the BAC and transportation and seeing where it's viable to remove areas, if not removing the full thing. I definitely support that concept, and I thank again the city manager for bringing that forward as a suggestion. I was not sure, so could you reiterate the point on the snow removal?
As I understand it, staff said that removing snow in the protected bike lanes delayed snow removal elsewhere. So I'm wondering if a compromise could be that snow removal in those lanes, that we expect it, depending on how much snow we get, we expect it to be delayed by, I don't know, a day or two, so that we don't see those slowdowns elsewhere in town. And I say that as a compromise in order to keep the barriers up until we're doing something else.
Thank you for clarifying that. So I do believe I agree with that. I would also just note that we're looking at that as a potential alternative if the grant did not go through and we weren't moving by winter toward the elevated bike lane, because if that was the case and that was happening, then that would take away the snow removal challenge. But I agree with that as a potential compromise. If the pilot remains in place with a modified look, talking about what that sort of compromise might look like, and if the biking community and overall transit community is aligned with that as a proposal for reaching that sort of compromise. So, good.
Councilmember Sweet and then Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a couple of thoughts. I do like the idea of going back to the BAC and the Transportation Commission and seeing what solutions we can find there and some compromise. I do like looking at the speed limit. I think that's a great idea. Making the modifications. And for me, I would like to revisit this when we find out about the grant, whether we get it or not, and before winter, because I feel as if the winter is when we have a lot of issues, and I'd like to find out what we can do prior to that next season.
Councilmember Harris.
You know, I'm in agreement with the other three. I think that's a good compromise. I just have one question. So, and I'm just going to be positive. So when we get this grant, it won't be here in time for us to do any work before winter, correct? Okay, so this is, when we get the grant, it's going to be for next year, right? Work will start the next year? Be positive.
I'm with you. We're going to get the grant, and we're going to find out this fall. So definitely no construction this season. I'm not sure it'll even happen next season.
Oh.
These things do take time because we have not progressed far with design.
Okay.
We'll have just gotten like a 5 or 15% design on the separated bike lanes.
Okay.
So I would think it would be very optimistic to think we had a solution in place for a winter from now.
Okay.
It's a slow process.
Okay, so nothing will be done between now and, say, winter of 24?
Yes.
Okay, all right. This is just good to know what we're thinking, you know, what we're thinking about. Because if we're thinking about doing something in terms of just a, you know, take some of the bike things out, leave some in certain places, then we know that it's going to be for a year and a half or two. It's not going to be just for 6 months. It's going to be a longer period of time. And then we have to think about what is that going to cost us over that longer period of time. So that's why I'm asking the question, you know, how much is it going to cost us? Where can we get that money from? Is it already in our budget? Blah, 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 all of those kinds of things. But I'm still thinking that this is something that we can do. Something is better than nothing. But I want to make sure that everybody's on board. All of us are going to give a little bit, biking community, city, traffic, whoever else, because we can't have it all. So we got to figure this out to keep people as safe as we possibly can. Whatever. I might have just went too far there. But I'll stop there.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure where all this is going, but I would say that I do support raised bike lanes, and that I think we need to expedite the design and expedite the funding. Beyond that, I will go with the staff recommendations, but maintain the existing separated bike lanes until this fall.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start by expressing a little bit of frustration, not with anybody in particular, but with the internet gods. It seems that the feed cut out right as this conversation got going. So I was not available for the staff presentation or the Q&A that followed. I think I did hear most of the public comments. and I have waited to speak just to play catch up a little bit to see if I could figure out where things are at. And I think I have a general understanding of what was discussed and how folks are feeling about it, although there is a little bit of confusion there for me as well. I don't feel that I'm really qualified to weigh in here. It seems like there's a majority developing for something. There was a statement said that I'm in agreement with the other three. For me, it doesn't sound like anybody has said anything concrete that's unanimous yet. There's a lot of ideas with wide margins being bandied about, and I don't know where the intersections are there. I will tell you that when I go into a deliberation on council, I do sort of have my own ideas and where my values are and where my compass bearing is pointing. And then I listen and I ask questions and I allow myself to be persuaded and moved by the council discussion and the presentations and the questions and answers. And I've kind of been robbed of that this evening. So I'm not really sure where to land on this. I will tell you that coming into the meeting, my heart was with keeping the bike lanes in place. I realized that just by the order that we discussed this in last time, I turned out to be the tie-breaking vote to keep the bike lanes for another 6 months. I'm not sure that the problems we lifted up over the winter are going to be the same level of problem for us for the next 6 months. And I would think that we could keep this going. One of my biggest questions is when are we going to know about the grant? And what I just gathered through my detective work is that we'll know by the fall, but it still could be another year after that before we get going on the raised bike lanes, which for me, just for the record, is very much a priority as well. I think that's where I think that's where this is headed. I think we're all very hopeful about the transition and the end game here. And the question, the confusion lies around what do we do meanwhile? For the record, I suppose I'll state, again, without having the privilege of the conversation that you guys all went through, that I would keep the bike lanes in place for now. But I think there's direction heading in down another path. So I will yield back my time and listen further to clarifications for what that means exactly. Although I will say that one of the solutions should definitely be to lower the speed limits, whatever else we do. So I do feel like there's some consensus forming around that specifically. Thank you all.
So, staff, what if we have an update after we find out about the grant, and that update includes additional feedback from the BAC and the Transportation Commission, and so say that comes in the fall, then we decide, because Councilmember Sweet wants to, if I understand correctly, remove them before the winter. Is that correct?
I at least want it to come back to us before the winter and have a discussion. I'm not saying remove them between now and then, make some modifications, but at least have that conversation and have the opportunity to look at winter.
Okay. How does that sound, staff?
No, obviously we're going to yield to whatever decision you make here. It's just making sure we can work this in a timely manner. If we do make any significant changes, like I said, based on tonight's conversation, we will go out and make that investment of restriping that road. If we transition, we just need enough time to be able to go out, do the obliteration, which is fairly expensive, and then realign it to make sure that we're good to go before winter. That will take us, with contractors, honestly, several weeks. So just ensuring that we meet that. Many contractors won't support that during our winter time, so we may get stuck as long as we get ahead of it. So realistically, time frame, we'd almost need to meet in August to stay ahead of it. That would be my only comment to that.
And we won't know about the grant by then, but we would possibly have an additional conversation with the BAC and the Transportation Commission.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. At least what I'm hearing and how I feel personally, the raised sidewalk is the definite future that we want to go on. And also in my short time here and even before that, everything takes quite a long time, like decades, to get stuff done. So just going back to what I said about, taking care of the needs of Flagstaff first, would it be too impossible just to say, let's move forward on the design aspect of the raised grant? Because regardless of that grant, we want to have this done sooner than later.
May I respond? I don't believe it would be too out of line to do that. We hear that it's a priority. Actually, I think many of us agree that it's a priority and we should pursue it, grant funding or not. We should be pursuing the design, and I think we can certainly wrestle with that and make that our priority as well.
So Mayor, I'd like to suggest that we instruct staff to move forward with the design on the raised sidewalk, and we consult the other transportation committees just to see what's going on, but give our staff enough time to remove what needs to be removed or restriped in a timely manner, knowing that we're already designing the raised sidewalk. It seems like it's a failure in the wintertime for sure, and if we had 20 more staff members and a whole bunch more equipment, we could probably handle it, but we don't. So, but I'd like to hear from transportation and the other agency just to see what their thoughts are, maybe other options, but definitely my strong vote is to move forward on the design aspect and then give us a few months to decide what we're going to do about this pilot program.
Thank you. And staff, am I correct that even if we have a design, it's still, do you think that we'd be able to move into, if we have a design and we got the grant, would we be able to move into construction in 2024?
So as Trevor mentioned earlier in the evening, we have already reached out to an engineering company to start the design, but our initial plan was only to go to 15% to get kind of costs finalized. So as you've heard, we can change that approach and just keep going. That's easy. So let's think through this kind of on the fly. So yeah, if we were able to finish design and everything does take longer than you hope it's going to take, I don't know, say maybe we'd be done with design by the second month of next year. And if we actually had the grant secured in the fall, it seems optimistic to me standing here today, but yes, I think I would hope that we could get under construction late calendar year 24. But everything has to line up, and don't hold me to it. That's like everything working perfectly.
Procurement.
There's so many steps between now and then, but I think it's possible standing here today in May.
So I fully support going ahead with the design as well. I just wanted to, I guess, temper expectations that it's not guaranteed that if we have a design and we have the grant that we will be in construction next year, but we're hoping that we will. Okay, is there anyone who disagrees with moving ahead with design? Okay, so you got that. And I don't hear any disagreement with going back to transportation and the BAC to talk about some details and maybe some compromises, and then come back to us with enough time for you to do what you need to do for the winter, which has not been determined yet. Now, we're not going to have council meetings in August. Yeah, so early September?
Yeah, we'd have to, just to give us enough time to get everything worked out, to ensure that, sorry, I'll be more respectful, I apologize speaking from my seat. Yeah, to ensure that we have enough time to transition whatever the infrastructure looks like to something that will be the most effective and safe for the winter, we'll need some time to align those pieces. Yeah.
Will commissions meet in July and August?
Mayor, it is commission dependent. Some commissions take a break during the summer, but a number of them do not. Jeff, do you know if the Transportation Commission or BAC is planning on a break?
The Transportation Commission will meet the first week of June and the first week of August. So we'll have two opportunities. June's a little quick, but we'll definitely have an opportunity in August, and that'll let us go after the Bicycle Advisory Committee, and you'll probably have a July meeting and a June meeting as well. So we have a couple opportunities.
Great. Do you feel like you have enough direction from us? What? Oh, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I think there's consensus here, but it would be good to validate that we should move forward with lowering the speed limit on Butler. And I gathered from your comments before, it should be from 40 to 35. I know Jeff would tell you there's always a very detailed methodology that goes into speed limit calculation, but it would be good to get a little more consensus from council as to where you'd like to see us go with that.
I think that the entire way of Butler should be the same speed limit, but I'm not a traffic engineer. I think it should be below 40. And as to what it ends up being, I think that road design and staff can determine what that would be. But I'll ask, is there anyone who does not support the idea of a lowered speed limit? Councilmember.
I'll just comment in more detail. I think 40 is too fast for that street. It's fairly narrow, it's windy, it has a lot of traffic. I'd be interested in knowing what Jeff and his team say, but my gut feel is something like 35 is plenty fast.
Councilmember Harris.
And I sit and watch people go up and down Butler, and I can guarantee you that they're not going 40. They're going 45 and 50 because there are 3 blocks between lights. So I sit in the Murdoch Center and I watch them go up and down that street, and trust me. So I think 35 is more than enough.
Councilmember House.
I'm in agreement with that as well. I think my only thought is that it's a strange speed area when you look at the transition between Butler and Clay and Industrial, I think, where it goes from 40 to 35, back to 40, then 35 to 25 when you switch across Milton at that area. So I don't know if it would be prudent or possible to basically keep it 35 down that road, and then at the point when it changes or transitions to 35, drop that to 30, so that when you're then crossing that intersection at between Butler and Milton, I'm bad with roads, so sorry, but when you're crossing that intersection to go into La Plaza Vieja, basically, where it drops to 25, it's less of a big transition, because it's, I can tell you, I drive it every day, and it's a weird transition where you have folks always appearing to speed because it drops 10 minutes or 10 miles per hour crossing a street. So I would just keep that in mind.
All right, staff, you have what you need from us?
Vice Mayor has his.
Oh, sorry. I was looking in the chat. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, so I've had my hand up for a little while, trying to think about how to organize my thoughts. I think it's, listen, I think it's great if we're going to be able to reduce the speed limit there. And please believe me, I don't want to complain about that at all, but it does leave me with some questions. I seem to remember trying to have conversations about reducing speed limits on streets around town before and being told that we can't do that and that there are formulas for this. And if we can do that, let me know, because I've got a lot of streets that I'd like to weigh in on what their speed should be. The other comment I wanted to make is I'm just not very clear what we're asking transportation and BAC to do for us. Maybe I missed that, but I don't have any clarity whatsoever on even where we're at with our recommendation for them to be able to bounce off of that and what they're supposed to bounce off of it with. I'm just left with a lot of, I don't know where this is and where it's supposed to go.
Councilmember McCarthy.
I agree with Mr. Aslan that I'm not sure that those committees know what we would be asking them to do. I do note that the chair of the Bicycle Advisory Committee is sitting here. I wonder if she would have any thoughts about, do you know where we're going with this question?
Well, no,
Well,
if,
would you mind?
Councilmember McCarthy, if I could jump in here, a couple
Please
of
do.
the things that we asked for were what the committee would think about a delay in snow removal in those bike lanes, so that, and that is a compromise in order to keep snow removal in the other areas not delayed. And also we had talked about taking out the barriers in along some areas of Butler. So if there could be some consensus on whether there are areas of the street that the barriers could be removed, or whether it's the BAC is going to say don't take any out. Transportation's going to say you can take some out, and then we have to do what we're doing tonight and decide between those. So those are two things that I know that we had talked about. And Councilmember Sweet.
And I just wanted to add on, I think we should look at Beaver Street as well, not just Butler, for taking barriers out.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, so are we? Yes.
I just wanted to say that right now the area between Milton and Lone Tree is at 35 miles an hour currently, and everybody on the BAC would like to see that go to 25 since it's basically a massive school zone. So just to clarify that, I know that there's other speed limits farther down, but it's 35, and we would like to see that at 25.
Okay, thank you. All right, staff, you have? Yes.
Or are we asking staff to kind of weigh in on changing speed limits in general on Butler in particular?
Yes. We're saying that we would like to see it below 40.
Mayor and Council, I know Jeff's going to stand to speak, but I also know he has to run it through a certain, and maybe he can explain this better than I can, but essentially a study to make sure. You can't just simply lower the speed limit. And I won't go into detail here. We can go up into executive session if necessary, but there are steps that need to be taken in order to consider the possibility of that. So I know that your direction was for him to come back to you. That's why I hadn't said anything up until now, but
Yeah, and I remember having that explained to us last time we asked for it to be lowered. Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, put your fingers in your ears. So I didn't realize that Butler was already 35. Right? She thought it was 40. So it could a alternative be maybe some flashing yellow lights to tell some of us who don't pay attention to speed signs to now go the speed limit if no one's yielding to those signs already, because we all kind of agreed to 35, but I just heard for the first time it is already 35. And nobody goes 35.
So yeah, I believe there's 2 speeds on this section of Butler today, and you were alluding to that. So I think it's 30 from Milton to Lone Tree. 35. I'm sorry, 35. 35 from Milton to Lone Tree, and I believe Lone Tree to roughly Ponderosa Parkway is 40. So that may be some of the confusion, and you can tell why there are 2 different speed limits. It's a different character of road. The downtown area is a little more congested. 35, and we measured the speeds multiple times because we thought adding curbs, narrowing the road was going to change the operating speeds. We didn't see a difference. It was within 1 mile per hour, and the 85th percentile speed, which is 85% of people are going slower, 15% are going faster, is roughly where we set the speed limit, and it was I think 34 in that section. Typically we know, and this is all the stuff I've told you before, but typically we know you can change the numbers on the sign and you won't see a difference in the operating speeds. It can make people feel better. There's a perception of safety, but you're not likely to see any change out there. So yeah, I would appreciate some more direction on if you'd like me to spend more time on this topic, and we can do some measurements in different areas and see if there is some differential along that section. Maybe it is operating more like 30 near Milton and we can change the speed limit. There's some limitations about how often you want to change it for obvious reasons. We can spend quite a bit of time on this if that's what you'd like, or if you have some prescription, which I was kind of hearing, but they weren't. I'm not sure I was hearing the same thing from everybody, so I would appreciate a little more direction on that.
So taking the time to do a study, are we talking months, and are we talking, there's no other way to address the speed limit, right, than to undertake the study that you're talking about?
That's the correct way to do it, and that follows state law. Yes, an engineering study is required by state law to set the speed limits.
City Manager, since we're talking about asking staff to do something significant and perhaps that wasn't in their current work plan, do you have thoughts that you would like to share with us about it?
Thank you, Mayor. I have heard enough discussion on this topic to underscore the need to see it happen. So we can huddle internally and talk about what the study, how it needs to be conducted and what it's comprised of. But I think clearly it needs to happen. It's been discussed so frequently in these discussions. That was redundant, but it's been discussed many times at the dais, and it sounds like with the BAC as well. What I'm unclear of is, So you do a study, and is the study absolutely determinative of the outcome, or do you just need to do a study? If council is desirous of seeing the speed limit go from 40 to 35, does the study have to validate a 35-mile-an-hour speed limit, or does there just need to be a study to redo the speed limit? I'm not sure of the outcome. Maybe Jeff can enlighten us on that, but I think doing the study sounds like something that council is very interested in.
Thank you. Jeff?
Thank you. Yeah, so the study will recommend a speed, and it's not only based on the 85th percentile. We can look at crash information, activity along the corridor and different things, and weigh a little bit, pull the number down a little, pull the number up a little from 85th percentile. So we can, I think the best thing to do, it's not a huge effort. We need to set our hoses at a bunch of different places and collect all the data, look at crashes. It's not a huge effort. We would like to do it. I'm in agreement. We've had lots of questions about this, so let's let us run through that whole process and come back to you. Sounds like in September. We can do that.
Thank you. Councilmember Harris.
So did you just tell us a couple of minutes ago that you can change the speed, but it doesn't do anything for people's behavior? Was that you that told, or was that the chief that said that?
That without heavy enforcement, that is typically the result you'll see.
So what about some enforcement for a while? That's the best way to change people's behavior. I mean, I'm not, I'm just making a comment.
It's a short-term, it can be a short-term solution.
Well, off and on, periodically, that's how you get people, because,
Councilmember McCarthy.
Yeah, and Jeff, I think another consideration is what the pedestrian load is in the area. It would seem to me that if it's like a residential area, which this kind of is actually, it's kind of mixed, residential, commercial, and it has a lot of pedestrians. I think you could justify something maybe 5 miles an hour slower. And just for fun, I'm going to state that the legal speed limit is what is ever reasonable and prudent. What's posted on the sign has no legal bearing on that, except in the case of a school zone or residential, which is 25 by statute. But reasonable and prudent, that's the actual speed limit.
Thank you, Officer McCarthy.
I went through that the hard way a couple times.
All right, so are we good? Staff knows what we'd like. All right, so I'm going to move on to item number 5, informational items, 2 from Mayor, Council, City Manager, and future agenda item requests. Let's start with you, Vice Mayor.
Madam Mayor, I will pass this evening.
Thank you. How about Councilmember House?
Nothing for me this evening. Thank you.
Councilmember Sweet?
Nothing tonight. Thank you.
I pass the test.
Councilmember?
I'm going to pass.
Okay. Councilmember Matthews? All right. I just want to say that we are receiving the $8.9 million that we were asking for to help pay for the 180 corridor in terms of flood mitigation. So excellent news. And that's all. Staff, do you have anything?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
All right, I don't see any public participation. So we are adjourned.